Good morning. Good morning. So glad to see y'all. Sorry I wasn't here last week, but then I'm not sorry I wasn't here last week because I have a group of friends that we go back to at least high school, some junior high, and some elementary school. And we all turned 60 at the same time. So we formed the 60 and sassy. And so now we're all mid-60s and just the sassies, but we take a trip every 6 months or so. And so last weekend I was in Orange Beach. So sorry I went here. Glad I went here. Anyway, and glad to be here today. This is the first time I've been to this facility, and it's just great. I mean, this is my favorite nature center ever. Really? Okay.
Yeah, we all have to go inside.
Yeah, it is so.
Okay, so anybody who's looking from home, Bobby just said that once what is that? What do they call that room? The main room here at the Nature Center, once it's open, they have a lot of good displays in there to come see. So
And just for building units, the restaurants are right there in that hallway. So that's really
Yes.
nice.
restrooms inside, you don't have to go to the ones outside. And we're stopping. So anyway, welcome. So today we've got a really good lineup. We're going to start off with Diana Foss. She is a wildlife biologist with Texas Parks and Wildlife. And anyway, she's going to tell you a little bit more about herself. And glad y'all are here.
Awesome, y'all. Thank you for getting up early. Seems like early to me. I don't like getting up earlier. I have a timer on myself. So wildlife biologist, and my favorite wildlife species to work with is bats. So I also help coordinate the Houston bat team. So any of you guys, one person here that has started going through the training and participating, so I can't do that. But anyway, anybody else that wants to join, just let me know. And our focus, of course, is on bats and encouraging people to have an appreciation for bats and knowledge about bats, not the myths and all that kind of stuff. So kind of fun. We do bat chats at Wallbridge, and then we also were doing Doppler radar project where we're looking for new bat roosts by watching radar. So archive radar images. So it's kind of fun. Be interesting. All right. So today we're talking about urban systems, and I kind of think of urban systems as it's almost like one of the concluding chapters in your book, in that it takes in all the information that you've been learning and kind of says, okay, here's how people affect that. You know, here's how you bring people into the mix. And so I promise you, I will do a brief urban systems because it's not necessarily that exciting. You're gonna look at it and go, oh no, you know, So anyway, when you think about urban systems, I mean, you look at all these houses, people cram together, so close together. We've all seen that image, right? Maybe we live in that kind of image. I think when you have this type of situation, green space is even more important. And we do things intentionally and unintentionally that affect wildlife, right? So some urban species can adapt to us, and some obviously are like, you know, no, see you later, we're out of here, right? So we have negatively impacted some wildlife species for sure. So let's see. Okay. Where do I go? Okay, this is not working now. Oh. So no.
I can check why it's not working.
Okay.
Going now?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. All right, so underneath that bar is a quote, and it's, "I go to nature to be soothed and healed, and to have my senses put in tune once again." Can any of y'all relate to that comment? I think back to COVID, right? COVID years, pandemics. And you think about when I was stuck in the house and my focus was out the window, right? I looked out the window. I went into the backyard, sat out in nature in my backyard. If you remember, the television was telling people, go to your park, go walk on the trail. You know, you can be isolated, but you can still be in nature, right? Because it's soothing and healing. There have been a lot of studies that have focused on the healing parts of nature, lots of research. So if you look at some of these, well, it's hard to read some of it. In 1999, there was a study said that more than 2/3 of people choose a natural setting to retreat to when stressed. 2/3 of people that they interviewed. And other studies say after stressful events, images of nature produce a calming effect. Within 3 to 4 minutes after viewing nature scenes, blood pressure, respiration rate, brain activity, and the production of stress hormones all decrease. So how many have been in a medical center, hospital hallway lately? A lot of them are realizing this is beneficial to people visiting their hospital. And so you'll see photographs of a kid with a dog or a garden bench, you know, with flowers or butterflies or something. I always tell the people that are taking your blood, you need a flower picture right here, you know? So it's all really good because it's keeping you lower stress, right, when you go into that kind of a situation. So nature is really important to our bodies, to our ability to exist, right, to coexist with everything. They even did studies with hospital patients that were recovering from surgery. And they said, okay, this one doctor studied the recovery of his patients. And the patients that had windows in the hospital that looked out over concrete stayed in the hospital longer and had a tougher recovery than the people that looked out over green. It could be green grass. It could be a green tree. And you think about some of the hospital windows in downtown Houston, and they look out over a rooftop. Ooh, we need a green garden right there, you know, a rooftop garden or something, right? So anyway, I do think the hospitals are paying attention to that, and people, the landscape architects and people like that are paying more attention to it. But I just wanted to call your attention to it because if you ever get stressed out, look out the window at something green, right? It'll help. The other reason why natural areas and green space are important is because it gives a place for wildlife to be. So many times Kelly and I get phone calls in the office and it's like, we're seeing a coyote, we need you to come and get it, right? Or we have a raccoon in our backyard that's causing us problems, come and get it, right? So if you have a natural green space, even if it's green trails, if it's the edge of a bayou, it gives an animal a place to be where it's supposed to be, right? Where people don't forget about being here. Hopefully most people don't forget. Anyway, this is a coyote, even though it looks like a wolf, coyote on a golf course. So the question is, what's replacing a lot of our green spaces, right? I used to have a chart up here that showed a map of Montgomery County. And it showed all the different green areas, you know, forests and things like that. And they said by 2030, the huge majority of those green spaces would be gone, the forest. And I thought, no way. I just drove up the Hardy Toll Road and it's like, okay, I'm starting to believe it now. The green forests are disappearing into houses. So we're replacing it with lawn. We're replacing it with monocultures of non-native plants usually, right? We're replacing it with houses and things that we need but we're not necessarily leaving any of that nice natural green space also. But we could if we thought about it, right? So a lot of the developers aren't really thinking about it. Okay, where is our nature going to be in the future? It's something we do need to be thinking about right now. Where do we want our nature to be? We need nature. We need nature around us. Help soothe us. Where is it going to be? So these are two pictures of vacant fields near the medical center. They planted them on purpose with native prairie mix and wildflower mix, right? So instead of mowing and having the expense of mowing the vacant fields over, you know, every once a week or whatever they did, instead they let it grow up in the prairie. People can drive by and go, ooh, ah, you know, that's pretty. They only have to mow it a couple of times a year. And so it's reduced costs, maintenance costs, and it's vacant land and it's serving a purpose for wildlife right now. So where could our nature be? It could be right in the medical center, right? They've also put in a prairie that you can walk out into. It's right by the Maze Clinic, if you've ever been downtown. And you walk right out and there's the prairie and there's benches and things like that to see. But they've had all kinds of insects show up in that prairie. We don't know where they came from. There's not really a prairie around, you know, nearby. But the little insects managed to get themselves to that prairie. So they found, okay, here's our habitat, we're happy. So the more diversity you have in habitat, the more diversity you have in wildlife. True? Yeah. So if you give them a lot of different spaces to choose from, most of the time you'll have wildlife, whatever species it is, pick out, okay, yeah, this looks good, I'm gonna stay here. Or maybe this one over here, you know, I'll stay over here. The more choice you give them, the more variety of wildlife species you'll have. However, in urban areas, we are losing that diversity, both habitat and wildlife, every single day as we develop. So see what I tell you? It's not very exciting, right? Another thing that happens is fragmentation of habitats. And we're seeing that happen up here right now. So development's coming in all around. Maybe there's a park or something that's in the middle, but it's one chunk of green space. If animals are in that green space, hey, great, until they try and find a mate or until they feel the need, you know, hey, it's getting too crowded in here, I need to find another space to go. How do they get out of here and where do they go? So they're kind of isolated in that patch. It can be a problem with genetics, right? Trying to find a mate that's not related to you. If you're a turtle, it's going to take you a really long time to be able to find a way out of here, right? We always talk about, Kelly and I talk about our bayou systems. And the good thing about the Houston area is a lot of times we have a creek or bayou near one of these spots. So if animals can cross a street and get to that creek or get to that bayou, that's their travel corridor to someplace else, right? So they use it as a wildlife corridor. In this particular case, there's some green space down here. There's also access up here where they can actually go. They have to cross roads to get it. So one of the big things right now in wildlife management is trying to figure out where is wildlife crossing those roads? Where is the biggest mortality happening? And how do we put some type of a crossing structure, whether it's under the road or over the road, so that they can get across without getting smashed, right? So California is leading the way, and it was all because of a mountain lion that kept crossing a freeway to get to the other side. It was like, oh, he eventually passed away, but they are putting in a great big wildlife crossing over a freeway. So the other thing that happens in our area, and you're seeing it every day as well, is outright habitat destruction or altering the habitat in such a way that you can't use it for wildlife. So it could be complete clearing of the woods. And what happens then is you get all this soil that's now exposed to the sun. It heats up, kills off any of the fungi and bacteria that are in that soil, so it becomes kind of a sterile soil. If you try and go back and put habitat back on top of it, you're gonna have to add amendments, right? Add composts or things like that to get that bacteria and fungi back into kind of good standing so that you can plant vegetation in it. But sometimes we just simplify the habitat where we take out the understory and leave the tall trees. That if you've run over the trees a bunch of times with a bulldozer, a lot of times that means those trees are dead anyway. So eventually they die. But soil compaction, sterilization, things like that are, you know, sad. It's a complication of result of taking out the vegetation. Now, if you look at the picture up here at the far left, that's a healthy woodlands. And the bottom 2/3, it has layers in it, right, with the vegetation. So the very tall trees are canopy. Then you've got a mid-story, you come down just a little bit. Then you've got an understory. Then you've got the ground covers and grasses. The bottom 2/3 of that habitat are used primarily with, wildlife uses the bottom 2/3 of that habitat. So that's their primary habitat. And then with most parks, like this one down the bottom, that's what we end up taking out, right? So you have very few wildlife species that can handle that kind of situation. The other thing that happens, you take out the vegetation, suddenly you've got nothing to hold the water in place. And we experience that all the time in Houston, right? You end up with big floods. The water gushes off whatever that property is, takes whatever chemicals or pollutants or whatever, and soil sediment off, runs into the street, runs into the storm drain, runs into the creek, runs into the bayou runs into the river, goes down to the bay, and you can see all the sediment that ends up offshore just because there's nothing holding it in place, right? So if we had some vegetation along those corridors, we might actually hold that sediment in place. Or if we did a different management regime, we could let the sediment drop before it goes downstream. That's a long story and I don't have time for that, but we have tried that in Houston and it worked perfectly, but people didn't like it. So, you know, people were unhappy with the way it looked. So, because it was mountains of sediment. All right, when we talk about water dropping from the sky, which we're hoping we get this weekend, whether it drops on vegetation or whether it drops on pavement makes a difference, right? So the ideal situation is if you have a natural system and it's, even if it's your yard and it's dropping on the grass and on the green vegetation, a lot of that water is going to get soaked into the soil and it's going to stay in place. It's not going to run off. It's not going to create floods, you know, that type of thing, unless that soil is saturated, right? And then it has nowhere to go. But usually the plant material is sucking it up pretty fast, you know, okay, I'm using it. If it falls on pavement though, it doesn't soak in. It runs off instead. So if you look at the top one, natural ground covers, 50% sinks in, can't see the glare, 40% evaporates off into the air, and 10% is runoff. If it falls on impervious surface where there's no green grass or gardens or anything, 15% sinks in, 30% evaporates off, and 55% runs off. So that's our big issue, is the more pavement you put down, the more chance you're going to get at clay. One of the things that helps, vegetation, right? So if you look at some of the vegetation in or some of the root systems in grasses, they're pretty stout, right? Pretty deep. You wouldn't realize. So this one right there on the far left, that's turf grass. So the root system is not very deep in turf grass. All the native grasses and prairie plants and things like that have much deeper root systems. So they're able to pull that water and those nutrients deeper into the soil. Trees are even better. So they're holding sediment along those banks. So remember the mountains of sediment? These trees can help hold it in place. And they pull in the nitrogen that's running off from the fertilizers in our yard. They're using that, all that fertilizer and that sediment for their growth. So they're holding that soil in place. They keep the banks stable. So, but when we don't have the trees, that's when we run into problems, right? This is simplification of the habitat. We talked about taking out the understory. So we've got some ground covers and some canopy trees. What kind of wildlife species would live here?
Squirrel.
Squirrels, yeah, depending on the tree, right? Yeah. What else?
Birds.
Some, what kind of birds?
Canopy bird.
Canopy birds, or birds that can eat berries or seeds or something from that tree, right? So maybe a blue jay, grackles, maybe a cardinal, right? Anything else?
Rabbit.
Maybe a rabbit if they're eating the grass. Okay, where would the rabbit live though? You know, they'd have to come from somewhere else here. The birds flying in from somewhere else here. There's nowhere to really nest or roost or anything like that. A bat could live here, right, hanging off the tree.
One quick question, can y'all see the screen? Would you want me to try turning out the lights to see it?
Maybe turn out some.
No, that's all I want.
Lights on, lights on.
Okay.
On, okay. All right. The other thing we're doing is we are taking out the native vegetation. Oh my gosh, look at all these weeds, you know, pulling out these weeds. And I'm going down to the nursery or the big box store and I'm buying plants to put in my garden in my landscape. Most of the plants I'm choosing are coming from some other country. Because, why? Okay, they might be pretty. And they grow really well here. They're very hardy. Why? Ah, perfect. What would those natural enemies be?
Insects.
Yep, insects. So if this was a crepe myrtle from Japan or China, or Japanese privet or something like that, Chinese privet, whatever. There's no insects that came from those countries because we're really good at stopping that kind of stuff at the border, right? You know, okay, eradicate those insect pests. They come into our country, they like the soil, growing conditions are great, and there's nothing to stop that growth except for us when we trim it, right? So they can market these plants as, you know, extremely hardy, grows well in our conditions, and yeah, drought resistant for the most part.
Low maintenance.
Yeah.
Deer don't like.
So yeah, and most deer don't like them. Some of them they will eat, but so yeah, why wouldn't you plant it, right? Because it has no benefit for wildlife. Let's talk about that for a second. In the Master Naturalist program, you're going to get talked about, or you're going to hear about native plants out the wazoo. You'll hear us talk about native plants, native plants, native plants. During the drought that we had here in Houston, several years ago now, we actually lost trees, things like that. I mean, that had been here for a long time. One of the things I heard over and over from people was, I'm going to plant natives because they don't require any water or any maintenance. No, I kept hearing no maintenance, no water. True, false? False.
Everything needs water.
Everything needs a little bit of water at least, right? Everything needs a little bit of maintenance, a little bit of help to keep the growth. However, one thing you'll notice up here, it requires less maintenance, less water, right? Because they have a way to combat all these different conditions that are being thrown at them. They've been here for a really, 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 really long time. And so they resist insects, insect damage. They resist droughts. They might just sit there in the drought, you know, just sit, okay, I'm waiting. And then the rains come and they're like, yes, okay, now I can grow. They're better adapted to the region's growing conditions and the climate. They're more familiar to the wildlife species. So if there are animals that teach their young what to eat, they're teaching them to eat these things, right? They're not teaching them to eat Mandina or, you know, whatever else. So native plants are good. How many have heard of Douglas Talon?
Yeah.
Okay, have you ever read any of his books?
Yeah.
If you get a chance, read his books. Pick one. I think his most recent, well, the one that's probably the most famous is Bringing Nature Home. He talks about a chickadee family. So he is in the process of converting his non-traditional yard into a native yard. So he's taking all the, or I guess he's turning his yard into a non-traditional yard, taking a traditional plants, taking those out, all the native or the non-natives out, and he's replacing them with native plants. And he's choosing his native plants very carefully because he wants to make sure he has a variety and a diversity of plants, so he has a diversity of wildlife. He is an entomologist, so he knows his insects. He also is a really good photographer. And so a friend of theirs gave him a birdhouse and said, here's your project, you know? So he put it up outside his breakfast room window. And so as he drank his coffee in the morning, he kept watching it, you know, I wonder what's gonna come to the house. Well, chickadee pair arrived. And so he said, oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna watch and see what they bring to the little chickadees when they hatch, right? So they laid eggs, the chickadees hatched, and so he started photographing every insect they brought into the house to feed the little chickadees. And he said, oh man, I'm already out of time. Okay. So he said, how many insects does it take to feed a clutch of chickadees? And then he suddenly realized it's not all kinds of insects they're bringing. They're only bringing caterpillars. So they were bringing the caterpillars in, and he's snapping pictures. And he realized, okay, how many does it take to feed this little clutch? They bring 390 to 570 caterpillars to their nest every day. Okay, that's a lot of caterpillars in one day. Lots of trips back and forth, right? Parents feed the nestlings for 16 to 18 days. So do the math. And then they also feed them for a couple days after, once they come out of the nest and they're, you know, trying to fly, learn how to catch stuff on their own. The answer is between 6,000 and 10,000 caterpillars to fledge one nest of chickadees. What if you had 2 nests in your yard? You know, 20,000 caterpillars. So then he was like, oh my gosh, where are they getting all these caterpillars? The reason they nested in his yard is because he had the native plants that were larval hosts to the caterpillars, to the butterflies and moths. So they were laying their eggs on his plants. The little eggs were hatching into larvae, caterpillars. And the chickadees were finding all those caterpillars and bringing them to feed the babies. So yes, it's a little less butterflies and moths for his yard, but the chickadees, you know, which one did he want to have? You know, he probably wanted all of them. So what it essentially says is the caterpillars were there because the native plants were there. The chickadees were there because the caterpillars were there. So because he had the native plants, that's why he got to see the chickadees nest and successfully nest. So then he went out with his students, undergrad and everybody, and they started looking at all the different families of native plants, the trees, primarily, trees and shrubs. And they said, okay, which ones are best if you want to plant in your yard to have chickadees, right? Which ones are have their leaves chewed by the most types of caterpillars, essentially. And so he found out the oaks are the primary one, right? That family has the most butterflies and moths that lay their eggs on oak species. And then Prunus has a lot. So oaks have 534 species of butterflies and moths that lay their eggs on oaks. The Prunus family, plums, black cherries, things like that, 456. And then there's a whole list. You can find it online. Look at the non-natives. Prove it. Okay. 534 versus 24 for privilege. Look at crepe myrtle. 3. Chinese tallow. 1. The Chinese tallow moth. That's what it's called. Yeah. And I didn't know we had one. But yeah, it's apparently a moth that chews on tallow tree leaves. So which species are you going to be planting in your yard to attract birds and bats and everything else that are eating insects, right? You're going to go to the native plant list, right? So you can find that online. The other thing that's happening, invasive species, right? We're getting all these invasive species, both wildlife and plants, brought in for various reasons. Some in the fish aquarium trade, some in the pond trade, some in the pet trade, you know, who knows. But unfortunately, some of them are being released into the wild and they are creating issues for our native species. So what's the answer? One of the answers that Kelly and I would like you to consider is coexisting with wildlife, right? Trying to figure out ways to give wildlife a space and we also have a space, right? Maybe we can share it sometimes. But everybody kind of needs to contribute. You know, okay, if I'm doing something that's causing a huge issue for another species and it's turning them into nuisance wildlife, maybe I could change my behavior so it doesn't create that as much. One of the issues is coyotes, right? If we are feeding if we see coyotes in our neighborhood, is that an issue? What if they're coming out at night and they're running down the street at night? Yeah, are they hurting anybody? They do anything wrong? Maybe they're crossing that road, you know, to go to another part of their territory, their habitat. If they're not causing any issues, it's not really an issue for us. But we're seeing them more because they're on all of our alarm cameras, right? So people are reporting them more. Oh my gosh, I saw a coyote run down the street, let everybody know. Okay, if it's happening during the day, okay, maybe that's a little more concerning because the coyote is not fearing people enough, right? Because it says, you know, there's people all around me, I've gotten used to them. What if it comes in your yard? You're sitting out drinking your coffee. The coyote shows up. So some people, you know, a lot of us, master naturalists and nature lovers and things, my first inclination would be, oh, cool. You know, I want to see it, right? What you're doing is you're teaching that coyote that it's okay to come into the yard. That person's not a problem, not a threat to me. I can sit down here and watch my paw and, you know, kind of look around. If there's water nearby, I can come and get a drink of water. I can come a little closer, eat the dog's food, you know, whatever, right? You're teaching that coyote, you're conditioning that coyote that people are okay. Instead, what you should do is drink the last sip of your coffee, throw the coffee cup at the coyote and start yelling and screaming and, you know, get out of here, right? Because you're teaching the coyote, don't be around people. So see how it goes? So there's in Texas that would be, right? Yeah, there are a lot of people that do. One of the issues is that, well, the best situation to have is to have that coyote adopt your neighborhood as part of its territory, because it's going to defend its territory against what? Other coyotes, right? And so it's going to defend your neighborhood against other coyotes. So then you know the coyotes that are in your area, right? It's that one family group, right? If you have a problem with that coyote coming into your yard and you teach it, okay, out of my yard. So you're teaching that family unit, stay away, right? Defend your territory, but stay out of my yard. If you shoot the coyote, right, then you've got a hole in your defense system. And you'll continually have coyotes coming into that, ones you don't know, coming into that system. Also, coyote females can increase their litter sizes. So they're actually producing more coyotes to try and fill up that hole, right? They don't like a big hole in their defense system. So, yeah, a lot of Texans will shoot them. It can cause problems. Hold on just a minute because I'm already up. Yeah. Okay, habitat, try to save it where you can. This is a golf course, right? It's got natural greens. Whoa. Detention basins, retention spots. You can let natural vegetation grow up, and it's right along their walking system, walking trails. So it's kind of a nice little detention basin because it's got natural vegetation pulling in those nutrients. And so if they do get runoff from that system, it's cleaner, right? It's going to go downstream and it won't have a lot of the nitrogen. And then also there are subdivisions that are putting in nature trails and leaving green space. And they're actually designing the neighborhood with some of that stuff in mind. Now it's primarily for people, right? So that you've got green space to look out on and that you can go out and recreate in green areas. Your property values are higher because you've got the green space. But guess what else it functions as? Habitat, right? Habitat for wildlife. So we are coexisting in places like this, and there are places around Houston, the woodlands being, first example of that. So anyway, it does work. All right, protecting snags. There's lots of different wildlife species that use trees and hollow trees. And then wildlife corridors. I wanted to show you this one because this was a street down in South Texas, a road, country road, that ocelots, endangered ocelots were crossing, and they were getting hit. So they put in a tunnel system, and you can see who's using it, the ocelot. This one above, top left, is a turtle crossing. You might laugh, right? But there's a pond on the other side. So the turtles are crossing the road trying to get to the pond. They were going over the road. Of course, they were getting smashed. So they put the system under the road right at that spot. And the turtles were like, no, I don't think I'm going to go in there because it was dark. So then they put, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a little grate up there on the road, a little kind of mesh grate. Lets the light in. It lit up the tunnel. And so now they look in there and go, oh yeah, okay, yeah, I see, okay. And they use it now. All they needed was some light. So it's working with wildlife and trying to accommodate what their needs are. We can live with this pretty comfortably, right? The bridge up here on the right is not the one in Memorial Park, but it looks a lot like the one in Memorial Park. So Memorial Park is putting a crossing over Memorial Drive, and they're going to plant it in prairie grasses. So wildlife will have a space to be able to go over the roads and not get hit. So, and people can walk over it too. All right, so that's it. Did I depress you a little bit at the beginning, but now it's a little bit better? Okay, good. That was the design. That was the whole issue. Read your chapter in your book because it goes into a lot more detail and gives you a lot more examples. So anyway, thank you very much.
A couple minutes for a question.
You had a question right there.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Is there a positive benefit to those coyotes? Like, are they eating rats or something?
Oh, yeah.
Can you repeat the question? For
Yeah,
the home
so
people?
what is the positive benefit of having coyotes around your neighborhood and stuff? So yeah, their primary food is mice, rats. So they're eating rodents and stuff. They'll eat rabbits. What else do you find that eating?
Stray cats.
Rabbits, squirrels, white-tailed deer, hispid rats, armadillo, raccoon,
Possum.
deer mice. Haven't found possum yet.
No, feral cat colonies.
Have not, we've only had one incident of cat.
We had it back in.
And the thing is with that, we don't know, pretty much, it's pretty safe to say that cats are not, at least primarily, prey for coyote. Because you think about it, coyote here aren't very large. Cats are a formidable foe. You don't want to get your eye scratched. You don't want to get your face bitten. You don't, cats are not something coyote are really going to go after en masse because number one, cats can flee and they can flee a lot faster, but
And they have defenses.
and they have defenses. Have you ever held a cat and it's mad? You need to grab its skin and take a bite after you scratch. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Diana, we have a question online. We have a question in the chat. And it's, of course, from Jeff. And he says, why is it acceptable for nurseries to continue to import and sell invasive species?
Because there's no law against it. People haven't gotten upset about it. I mean, it's cheap landscape material. Some of the plants, so some species have been prohibited in the state. So we do have a prohibited plant list in the state. So you're not allowed to transport them or plant them. But not enough plants really are on it, that we consider to be invasive. Usually it's the agriculture committees that determine what species will go on that list. So if it impacts agriculture, then it gets on the list. But if it doesn't impact it here, then it's not on the list usually. Chinese tallow is on the list.
And kudzu.
Yeah.
Snazzy, that's not on the list, is it?
No.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that if you were to get close to a coyote, you should scare it away. Is it really bad if you just don't? Like, if I'm okay with that coyote using my backyard as part of its habitat, is that acceptable?
So she asked, is it okay if you don't scare the coyote away, if you want to allow the coyote to be there? By not scaring it away, you are giving it subtle approval to be around you. And so you're kind of confusing the coyote in a way because the next person that it sees, it doesn't know, okay, maybe this one's cool too. Or maybe if I meet you on the trail, the nature trail, and you were cool with me before, I could come right up to you on the nature trail. You're conditioning that coyote to be comfortable around people. So even though you enjoy watching it and stuff, still take some action to scare it away because you really don't want it being up close with you.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You mentioned earlier with the gentleman who was doing the chickadees, and he
Mhm.
was getting the chickadees specifically because of the caterpillars that were growing his yard off the native planters. There are a lot of people now, in terms of pest control, where they're trying to attract specific species to help rein in like bats for mosquitoes or things like that. For people
There
to do
are,
that.
yeah. I mean, a lot of the master gardeners and master naturalists now, I would say, even though you guys are new in the class and everything, there are a lot of people that are planting natives for that very reason, to bring in different species of stuff. So planting larval plants for monarch butterfly, for other butterflies, planting a pollinator garden. So not using pesticides or Roundup, right? Not having the spray truck come through their neighborhood because they want to have bats and dragonflies and things like that. So one of the things people ask about all the time are lichen bugs. And of course the spray trucks don't help that, but you need leaf litter for lichen bugs. So a lot of people that do the, leaf blowers and get all the leaf litter off their yard and stuff, they're doing themselves a disservice because the lichen bugs use that leaf litter for their larvae. So, yeah.
The highway department has programs too, doesn't it, for putting native species along highways?
Yeah, they do, yeah. So they're planting native seed mixes and things. There are also some of the, I think it's primarily along I-35. They've got some big rest areas for cars, people, and they put in pollinator gardens for monarchs. So lots of milkweeds and things like that. Yeah,
I know you're a bat person.
uh-huh.
The TDCJ is in the process of demolishing the cotton warehouse in Huntsville.
Yeah,
And a lot of us who live there are very concerned about where are they gonna go?
yeah.
Where are they gonna go?
All right, it's a long story. Short answer is we're hoping that they'll go to the bat houses that TDCJ put up.
Oh, no,
Come on.
no way.
They didn't even build them to specs.
That's the issue. So there's a whole action plan that's going on right now amongst the agencies and other partners. There is a professional bat excluder out of New Mexico. And he was called in because he's really experienced in working with big, huge colonies like this. He has worked with other highway departments primarily, putting up bat houses under bridges, right? So that it gives bats a place to go. He's looked at those bat houses. He's figured out what needs to change in them. So he's given TDCJ that list, here's the stuff, right? But he's also manufacturing like some pre-made sections that are gonna go up in the bat houses to replace the ones that aren't good, right? The other thing he suggested was painting the bat houses or putting up some type of skin on the outside that looks like the building, right? That looks like the building they came from. So that hopefully they'll recognize, okay, let's try this. But there's a lot of different things that are going on and no one's really, other than a place in Florida, which is where the original plan that we gave TDCJ came from. University of Florida has done some big, huge roosts and their bat houses are working. And that's the plan we gave to TDCJ, but that's not the one we used. So, yeah, we're hoping they'll go in them if they don't have another choice. We are looking with the Doppler radar project. We're looking for other big bat colonies around there. Hoping that our bats, they talk to each other at night. They know where each other goes, that maybe they'll join those and go. The one big concern is we don't want them in downtown Huntsville, in buildings. In buildings, right? So in other buildings and stuff. So we're working on it. Yeah. If you guys, they're going to start a bat team up there, giving talks about bats. So if you guys are interested, let me know.
Yeah. There's a new Facebook group that has started, that group started it. And so there's like this grassroots movement that is happening right now. They're trying to pass like a resolution so that the city prohibits this thing being demolished. I don't even know if that's legal, but I just heard about it this week. One of the issues with the building right now is that the roof is starting to kick in. Yeah, it's problematic. The building is a disaster. The bats.
Yeah, they said the estimate is 1.2 million. Bats. So it's a large home. How much more time do you want to do? Questions?
Well, are you gonna be here for a little bit, or you? Okay, that's about all we got.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I can stay over here if you want to catch me.
Because I did want to talk to you about the bat thing.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. All right, thank you, guys.
Pass around, and if you want to be on that team, write your email address and phone number
Yes, that would be.
on it.
Anybody have it? Can we borrow a piece of paper? We just like sign these things.
I'm gonna write down my info. Let's see, maybe on this last slide.
So anybody who wants to be on the bat team, put What information do you need, Kevin?
Email
Email,
address,
phone number?
phone number.
Okay.
Email
Of
address.
course you can't see it because that thing's right there, never mind. So my email is Diana.Foss, Foss, at tpwd.texas, spelled out, .gov, GOV. And then my phone number's up there, 281-456-7029, extension 21.
Could you repeat the email one more time?
Yeah, Diana, Diana, .Foss, Foss, so 2 S's, at tpwd.texas.gov.
And if you do lose it, you can go to the Parks and Wildlife website. On the top of the homepage, it has find a biologist. You click find a biologist, it comes down, you can pick Harris, Montgomery, any of the surrounding counties, and Diana, both Diana and my name are up on that.
Yeah, Kelly's been to the meetings up there too, so if you have more questions, you have more time, you can always ask him too. Kelly's like, great, thanks.
Oh, the phone number just.
Okay, so in the
Thank you,
interest of,
guys.
yeah, yay. Okay, in the interest of time, we're just gonna press on, and if you need to take a break, the restrooms are down there, there's some snacks over here, just go at will.
And one person didn't sign in, I don't think so.
Yeah, but what's that back around the sheet again? We have 25 people sitting down and 24. We'll take a break. Anybody else? We're okay, we're okay. Thank you.
I've got 2.
Okay, so next up, we have,
Let's start with
also a wildlife biologist with Texas Parks and Wildlife, and he will tell you more about himself.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kelly Norton. I'm a wildlife biologist at Texas Parks and Wildlife. I actually grew up a few miles north of here. Let's see. My little interesting bit of information. I'm one of the few in Texas Parks and Wildlife that number 1 doesn't have a degree from A&M. And number 2, I don't have a degree in wildlife. I actually have a degree in ecology from University of Chicago. So yeah, it's kind of when everybody's like giggling and all this, and I'm like, yeah. So 20 years ago, I would need this is where my application would go. Right into the garbage. If you didn't graduate from A&M with a degree in wildlife, you didn't work for Parks and Wildlife. So yeah, and I think that was actually, besides Diana, that was one of the biggest reasons that I was actually hired into this position, because I come into the position with more of a background on habitat assessment, habitat restoration, and ecology, which was something I want to say necessarily was, that's kind of missing from the wildlife aspect. So a lot of that was kind of missing from that aspect. So I think that's a lot of it had to do with my knowledge on plants and plant ecology and things like that too. So those are the big things to really look for, especially in this, doing anything around learn your plants, learn your native plants, learn structure, learn ecology. That's a huge thing. All right, now, as Diana was saying earlier, with urban systems being boring, no. Urban systems is, urban systems is the Ozark or the Breaking Bad of presentations when it comes to this. I'm going to go over 2 actually with you today. One, I'm going to go over laws and ethics. We're going to do this really quick. It is boring, so we're going to go over this really, really quick. And get into the fun one. I'm going to do herpetology after that. I could do.
Look at everybody's face like
Yeah.
that.
I could do 6 months on herpetology. I could do 6 months on snake. I could do 6 months on venom. But I'm going to condense all of that down into about an hour, hour and a half. So let's get on with the boring part here. All right, let's start. Let's basically start. We're going to go over the history of wildlife laws. A very brief and very quick history of wildlife laws. One of the first real wildlife laws that was around was the Magna Carta, 1215. And basically what that did is it just established royal authority over essentially everything, you know. So it was the king who owned the land, the king who owned the wildlife, the king who owned everything. As a matter of fact, let's think about our childhood. And you heard stories, and there was a story about someone named Robin Hood. Anybody know what Robin Hood was being pursued by the sheriff of Nottingham? What was he being pursued for?
Poaching the king's deer.
He was poaching the king's deer. But Disney got a hold of Robin Hood, and they turned Robin Hood into someone who stole from rich people and gave to poor people. Actually, Robin Hood, in the true sense, was poaching the king's deer. He was poaching the king's wildlife. So he was actually Robin Hood was one of the first big deniers, or one of the first people that was charged under the Magna Carta. Did Robin Hood exist? There's actually proof that says that Robin Hood actually did exist. In 1674, here in the US, we have the colonial ordinances, which pretty much mirrored the Magna Carta. It pretty much said that government has control and authority over wildlife. And that's pretty much where we stand today. The only difference really with the colonial ordinance 1647 was, of course, the government. So now it wasn't just a single person, but it was kind of more of an oligarchy of people who had control over wildlife. But still, with the colonial ordinance, you had to own land before you could hunt. If you didn't own land, you couldn't hunt. So there was that whole issue. We didn't have a lot of public lands back in the 1647 when the first colonization started in the U.S. But it kind of followed that idea of the Magna Carta. Here in Texas in 1861, we established the first game laws. And I always think this one is extremely interesting because what was our first game law? It's protecting bobwhite quail on Galveston Island. Do we even have bobwhite quail on Galveston Island anymore? So apparently the game law of 1861 didn't really do too much because
They're not there anymore.
there are no bobwhite. Trust me, if there are bobwhite quail on Galveston Island, it's at Guido's restaurant. That's probably about it. All right, man. 1879, Texas enacts quite a few general game laws throughout the state. And true to Texas, in 1880, 130 families claimed exemption.
That sounds familiar.
So yeah, this whole idea, this whole idea of the independent Texan and everything, that's been going on for a while. That's nothing new. That's been going on for quite a while now. In 1895, the state of Texas started the the Fish and Oyster Commission. In 1895, that's how long. A lot of people don't realize Houston and the Gulf is one of the largest producers of oysters in the world. And it was a major commodity in Texas, even back since 1895. Does anybody know what eventually the Fish and Wildlife Commission eventually turned into?
Fish and oyster.
Fish and Oyster Commission? I just told you what it did. It eventually became Texas Parks and Wildlife. So yeah, over the years, it evolved into Texas Parks and Wildlife. In 1900, probably one of the biggest pieces of wildlife legislation in the U.S. Was enacted, and that is the Lacey Act, which prohibits the transfer of wildlife between states, because each state has different wildlife laws. So in order to be able to enforce a wildlife law in one state, there needed to be some type of federal protection. I was actually involved in a big Lacey Act case. Geez, what was that? It's been 6, 7 years ago, probably, where 30 alligator snapping turtles were taken from Texas and moved into Louisiana. So they were poached from the state of Texas and moved into Louisiana. Yes, and since they crossed state lines, it became a federal issue under the 1900 Lacey Act. And so they were charged under the Lacey Act for the crime. There's a story that goes with that I can go on for hours and hours and hours. Catch me sometime and I'll tell you that
The end
story.
result is
Yeah.
turtles had somewhat of a happy ending.
Yeah, the turtles are now back in Texas 6 years later. Well, most of them were back in Texas 6 years later. Some of them didn't quite make it. Lacey Act, okay, we talked about this. Another really big piece of legislation in regards to wildlife was the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act. How many of you have heard of this act? Yeah, this is a big one. This was originally an act, a treaty between the U.S. and Canada. Mexico has been included in that sense. And essentially, it was an act that looked at more of the preservation of species than individual. Before, a lot of wildlife laws protected the individual. And actually, our state of Texas laws, when it comes to threatened and endangered state species, protect the individual. It's not really a protection for the species as much as a protection for the individual. For example, alligator snapping turtle again. Alligator snapping turtle, if you go up and touch the alligator snapping turtle or catch it, intentionally catch it, there's something that's called unintentional catch. But if you intentionally catch, then you can be charged with essentially messing with a threatened or endangered species. But it's that individual. So that individual is protected. Habitat isn't protected. You could dig up everything around it, but it's only the species itself or the individual itself that's protected. Whereas the Migratory Bird Treaty Act was looking more at preservation of species. And so this came about this really came about because of multiple reasons. One of the biggest things was in the 1930s, 20s and 30s, there was a big fad of women's hats and dresses being made out of bird feathers. And there's another part of it too that a lot of people don't know. Back in earlier than that, 1800s, it was collection of actual bird species, to collect specimen of birds and keep them, and also collect eggs. Yeah, so there was this, it was prestigious. I don't know if you've probably seen in antique stores or seen pictures of these huge shadow boxes with bird eggs all of them. So that was one of the biggest reasons that the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act was put in place. And also to think about it, okay, you've got in Canada, you've got snow geese. Snow geese are one of the largest migrators in the world. They migrate 3,000 plus miles. So they'll migrate from Canada into South Texas, northern Mexico, mid sections of Mexico. Well, what if when all the snow geese flew over to the United States, they're just lined up with shotguns along the border, boom, 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 shooting and killing all the snow geese. So now Canada can't get on the other side of the border, point south, and boom, 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 shoot them when they come back. So it was an idea of protecting the species as a whole. So since the species migrated, think of it as kind of like a much broader Lacey Act. So it's more, it's looking at region-wide more than just in states. Who funds wildlife management? We'll go over this really quickly. This is a really boring part of it. Yes.
Can I just ask you, I don't know if you've heard about, I think it was in Cyprus, where the builders came in and just bulldozed down a whole rookery of herons and
Yes.
egrets, and they're nesting right now, and
Yes.
I think they're getting like a fine, slap on the wrist fine, I don't.
It's
really know.
against the migratory bird treaty.
Yeah.
It is,
It's
but
against
I
the-
don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't know. That's another one that because there was an executive order put in a few years back that if you closed your eyes and bulldozed the tree, then, you know, you weren't held liable for it. I don't know if that had been redacted or what what that is. Unfortunately, also with any act of Congress, there's going to be riders and there's going to be exceptions and there's going to be all this, that, and the other added to it. So you have to look at what all the different circumstances are with that to see if it was a violation, but it sounds like a blatant violation of, the only thing that they would have to show is they would have to prove that there was no intent to harm birds
Sure.
while that was being done.
Well, they were throwing in North.
I was gonna say they're in charge.
Yeah. All right, let's get moving with this. So essentially, Diana and myself are paid for by another act of Congress that was called the Pittman Robertson Act. And that is an excise tax on hunting firearms and hunting ammunition that's collected by the federal government. It's given to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service divvies it up between the states for wildlife management. So 95% of Diana and my pay comes from the Pittman Robertson Act. The weird thing is about PR is it was put forth in the 1930s, sometime late 1930s, but it declared that wildlife consists of birds and mammals. And so that's wildlife. You stop and think about it. Why birds and mammals? Because you don't go out,
That's what we must.
because it's hunting, the whole hunting thing. We hunt birds, we hunt mammals.
Those are games.
So those are game species. That's why they were protected. So technically, after I give this talk, I have to slip into another funding code after that. So when I go home this afternoon and I'm filling out my timesheet, what I'm doing now, I'm going to put under PR. For an hour and a half, I'm going to fund under what's called a state wildlife grant code.
To talk about herps.
So I can talk about herps because reptiles and amphibians are not wildlife according to PR. Yes.
Super quick. What about fish? Are they also game?
That all, yeah,
Covered under a different.
they're covered under a different,
Yeah.
and that's what we're getting to right here.
Yeah.
And so, fish are covered under the Dingell-Johnson Act, which is an excise tax on fishing tackle and boat motor fuels. Have you ever noticed, and that one's kind of a difficult one because the fuel has to be you can't go fill your boat up at Chevron and it be covered under the Dingell-Johnson Act. You have to go to a station that is at a designated marina. So it has to be like so if it's a Chevron station that has a designation of being a marina, then that's where it's covered. So if you do have a boat and you do need to fill it up, it's a little more usually to fill it up at a marina, but fill it up at a marina because the tax on that goes towards the Dingell-Johnson Act, and actually that's how our coastal and inland fisheries get their money, is through that. There are a couple of other ways that we get money through wildlife. We do big game hunts. We do hunting licenses, endorsement stamps on licenses,
Fishing licenses.
fishing license, donations. There's a certain amount of donations. We've got the license plate. SWIG, what I talked about earlier with state wildlife grants. It's pretty
Talking about RAWA.
much it. Yeah, and now we have new legislation. Well, it's actually, it may be new to some people's ears, but it's been going on for the past 10, 15 years trying to get it passed. But it's the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. And I don't know exactly what they have. I don't even think they have really appropriated yet. It started off, it was going to be, taxes on offshore oil revenues that was going to fund it. Now it's over the past 15 years or whatever, it's changed. I'm not sure what the funding source for it's going to be now. But
In the Senate, they're talking about environmental fines.
yeah, environmental fines is what
But
it hasn't
the
been,
House hasn't.
yeah, it hasn't totally been, yeah, that hasn't been agreed on yet.
It's all
So
proposed.
products each fee they're selling that gives to the wildlife.
Those would be different wildlife organizations. Yeah, I mean, there's different wildlife organizations that would do that. But RAWA stands to bring about $50 million to the state of Texas every year. But RAWA is concentrated mainly on what are called SGCN species of greatest conservation need. So it's looking more at species. The idea behind RAWA is to recover wildlife that are on the endangered and threatened species list or in the threat of being on the endangered or threatened species list. And certain amounts of it is going to be going toward education, outdoor recreation. I think 85% is for
Research and stuff.
yeah, is for research and SGCN species, and 15% is going toward education and outdoor recreation. Which that was a big thing too, with getting that component added in on it. They were looking at putting it in as part of, as under PR. I think it's going to go as a separate act. Coming along with America's Wildlife Act is really going to be put under Pittman Robertson because the funding is already there. The funding infrastructure is already set up. I don't know where that's fallen with it now. I hope it doesn't go under PR. Because either that or they need to revamp PR to where we can use this for alligator snapping turtles and moths and insects and plants.
Yeah, I mean, pollinators can't even be covered.
Yeah, pollinators aren't even covered.
PR, but in RAWA it could be.
Yeah.
And that has not been voted on yet, so they, both House and Senate are considering
There's a
it.
great TMN Tuesday, the last TMN Tuesday. It's all about that. So if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, so it's definitely something to look toward in the future and encourage folks to learn about it and encourage folks to get educated on what they can do to help the passage of RAWA, especially now. Now is the time to do it. Now's the time to get out. Now's the time to do what you can to help ensure the passage of RAWA. All right. Let's go into, now that we've done the kind of more the law, a lot of the law, haven't totally gone into it, but let's talk a little bit about ethics. Because ethics, I think, is probably a little bit more important than the law itself, because an ethic is what is going to make you either break the law or not break the law. So what is an ethic? What would you consider personally as an ethic?
It's like a code of conduct.
Yeah.
That we assume.
Yeah, it's almost kind of, you can almost call it an unwritten code of conduct.
Like a moral compass.
A moral compass. And that can be in different, and that changes. That can change between me talking to this group and me talking to the Safari Club of Houston, or me talking to Ducks Unlimited, or me talking to, the Sahara Club, or me talking to the Homeowners Association. is the group, they have this whole conglomeration group of managers. You know, that ethic is gonna change. And that ethic can change with me talking to this row, as opposed to talking to this row, as opposed to talking to this row. Give you a quick example. I'm the advisor for the Gulf Coast chapter, which is Harris County, and I talk about PR. I usually go a lot more in depth into PR, and that's Pittman Robertson, and how Pittman Robertson funds Diana and myself's salary. It also funds our program, the Wildlife Diversity Program. The Texas Master Naturalist Program is under the Wildlife Diversity Program in Texas Parks and Wildlife. So it's PR that's allowing this to happen.
So hunters are funding.
So hunters are funding everything we're doing. I told this to a group in Houston, and I had this one lady just burst into tears. And I said, what's wrong? What, are you okay? What's the deal? And she goes, I don't think I can have anything to do with this group because it's funded by blood money. And she left the program. She left the program because the program was funded by excise tax on firearms and ammunition. I did this same talk to Lower Trinity Basin in Liberty County, and everybody's like, woo! But it was just it's a whole attitude difference between this person who was brought up in urban Houston and folks that were brought up in Liberty. It's a whole totally different idea, a whole totally different ethic. She could not morally see herself associating with this group because it took blood money, which she saw as blood money. So that was her philosophy. That was her personal ethic. Someone else's personal ethic. I grew up in East Texas. It was a rite of passage. By the time you were 13 years old, you had to have killed your first deer by the time you were 13 years old. If not, you didn't grow up. You were, I guess you were Peter Pan. You never grew up if you never shot a deer. So it's just totally different. It's totally different ideas and totally different cultures. That's the personal ethic. I kind of like this saying here, your personal ethic consists of what you would do in the woods when nobody was looking. So that's or I like also personal, it's a personal ethic until you're caught. So what's right is not the same for everyone. Take a look at this picture. Is this okay?
No.
No. Anybody think this is okay? Anyone? Believe it or not, this same group in Houston, half of the group would say it was perfectly fine. Half of the group would say it's perfectly fine. Because, well, what if it's an education animal? What if it's this, that, and the other? What if it's a rehab animal? Well, the idea behind rehabilitation isn't to make a raccoon hug you, it's to return it back to the wild. What about this? No, it's why is it it's his property. It's his property. It's not illegal to feed wildlife.
As long as you don't stop once you've started.
Well,
Or
all right. So I look at this picture and I go, no, it's not okay. Why do I say it's not okay? I say it's not okay for reasons. I said, number one, is I'm looking at it from a biologist perspective. Number one, you're congregating animals together, especially with things like CWD that are going around, chronic wasting disease in deer, going around. You don't want to congregate animals together. You like to keep things more apart. Number two is it looks like he's feeding them corn. And it depends on the time of year. Typically, the time of year that you see people feeding corn is fall and winter. because they're essentially baiting areas to get deer used to coming in, so it's easier for them to shoot them. Well, there's a couple of issues with that. A deer's gut bacteria changes throughout the year. So earlier in the spring, the gut bacteria is more for breaking down carbohydrates and like they're eating shoots and tender vegetation. As it proceeds through the summer into the winter, the gut bacteria changes more to a bacteria that's better for breaking down cellulose, because they're eating the tips of yopon, and they're eating more hard mass at that point. Twigs, the ends of bushes and things. And what is corn? It's nothing but carbohydrate. It's nothing but starch. So it gets into their gut. They don't have the correct bacteria to break down that starch, and it can ferment in their belly, and it'll actually cause malnutrition. And also number 3, corn is notorious for growing a fungus. And this fungus produces something called aflatoxin. And it grows prolifically in humidity and heat. And where do you see these bags of corn when you stop by Buc-ee's? They're sitting out in the sun, in the humidity. Go to the feed store, where is it sitting? It's sitting outside in the sun, in the humidity, just growing this toxin. Well, this toxin is highly, highly toxic to birds. And crows, all the corvids just flock to eat this. All right, so looking at the stance of a biologist, to me, that's wrong. But what about this? What about bird feeder? Why? Why is it okay to feed a bird that's a wild animal just as much as a deer is? Why is it fine to feed a bird, but it's not to feed a deer? Well, let me rephrase that. To artificially feed a deer.
Because birds eat seeds. Don't birds eat seeds in the wild?
Yeah, birds eat seed in the wild, but I guarantee you the seed mix that goes in there isn't growing wild in Southeast Texas. That's millet. You know, you got millet, you got black sunflower. You know, you're getting rye, whey, and other types of grains in there that don't grow. They don't grow native here. As a matter of fact, I was doing a small mammal survey in Deer Park Prairie, and I had to make very, very, very sure that the bait that I was using for the rodents did not consist of any type of seed, because I didn't want to contaminate Deer Park Prairie with millet. So I was very cautious on making a mix for baiting rodents. So why? Why is it okay to do this and it's not okay to feed deer?
Is it because deer, for the most part, stay in a single area while birds migrate?
Birds are already in a
What's your personal ethic?
Yeah, personally.
If you make the choice, it's okay, but that's how you're looking at it.
Yeah. Now, me looking at it.
Wildlife even promotes.
Yes, Parks and Wildlife. Now, myself as a biologist, I don't like bird feeders. I say to you, instead of putting up a bird feeder here, why don't you plant native plants that birds can utilize?
Yeah.
Plant some yopon, plant some American beet, well, not here, that's hill country. Plant some yopon, plant some American beautyberry, plant coral bean, plant coral honeysuckle, you know, plant things that wildlife here or birds will use if you want birds in your yard. Because I guarantee you, you plant a rough-leaf dogwood in your yard, you're going to attract a whole lot more birds, or have a hackberry in your yard, you're going to attract a whole lot more birds than you're going to attract with a bird feeder. The difference is you're not gonna be able to sit there and look at them all congregate in one spot. They'll be up in the trees eating, or they'll be eating stuff, you know, off the bushes.
Right now, they don't want people to have bird feeders on anyway because of the bird flu.
It has, again, the same thing. You're congregating animals in a small spot. It's really hard during a drought because I'm guilty of filling up my bird bath in a drought. And honestly, that's probably, well, they're gonna congregate in a little puddle somewhere anyway. They should take tips from their friends.
At least you're cleaning that though.
Yes.
You're cleaning it.
Other birds need to take tips from grackles. You ever seen grackles in July and August? When a car drives up, a new car drives up, they all run underneath it because the condenser on the air conditioner drips water and they drink the water off of the pavement. Yeah. And people hate grackles. I love grackles.
No, also, it depends on area, right? Because if all your neighbors have outdoor cats, you're
Yeah.
probably just feeding the cats.
Yeah. So again, this whole exercise is just simply to say, no two people are going to think alike, you know, and everybody's going to have their own ethic. Everybody's going to have their own principle. You know, there are certain principles that we kind of, as a society, all agree upon are wrong, and you will be punished for them, murder, stealing, etc. But it really has to do with your own personal ethic. My personal ethic is that whole kind of you tread lightly, you know, take only photos, leave only footprints. My personal ethic is try to leave things a little better than when you first got there. You can do that. That's my personal ethic. All right, we talked about, okay, this is also part of we're kind of more going into what your role as a master naturalist is when it comes to laws. This is under the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and that is the collection of birds. It is illegal, plain and simple. Any piece, part, nest, eggshell, feather, any part of a protected bird is illegal for you to have in your possession as long as it is a species that is covered under Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act. And just because it says migratory does not necessarily mean that like a cardinal is not covered. A cardinal is covered even though cardinals are not a migratory species. All native species are covered with the exception of game birds. And in order to own any piece or part of a game bird, you have to have a license for that. It's called a hunting license. So you get your hunting license, you go hunt turkey or quail. As long as you are in the qualifications of that hunting license, you are legal. It is legal for you to own. You cannot own a feather. So even as a master naturalist, you can't own feather. Well, I take them to the Boy Scout group, or I take them to the Girl Scout group, and I use them as education. Best bet is, and I've had people say, but no. And it's like, no, you can email, if you want to email Albuquerque, where the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service regional headquarters is, you can ask for an exemption. You can ask for a letter that will give you permission to keep them for educational purposes. But just a private citizen walking around with a bird feather, it is illegal. Even bird nest, a used bird nest is illegal to own under the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act. If you work for this, the nature center, you can own it as part of the nature center. You can't own it on your own. You
Because
can own
they
it
probably
part-
got a permit.
Yes, because they probably have an education permit for it. This is just kind of going on. Exceptions are, one second. Exceptions are non-native birds. So European starlings, pigeons, you'll maybe hear from called rock doves, pigeons, Muscovy ducks, except for Zapata Star and Hidalgo counties, Pekin ducks, what else? Scovies, pecans, European, or European, geese, no, they're geese, Egyptian geese, European starlings. Anything else that fits in that? Anyway, non-native birds. Or if they are, you can get what's called a depredation permit if flocks of birds come up and they're attacking your agriculture or even your landscape. And this isn't person. You can't get a depredation permit because birds have come down and eaten all the berries off of your dough pond. This is for commercial use. You had a question?
Just back on the feathers, if you tie fishing flies, they often use feathers to tie up active water. Is that okay to have those, or is that?
Those are typically different types of feathers. They're not native bird feathers. Some of them are artificial. Some of them are like goose or chicken or livestock poultry is what is used for those.
What if you have a bluebird house and the nest is inside and then there's all these things that say, clean out the nest, don't clean out the nest. It sounds like don't clean out the nest.
You can clean out the nest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just don't keep it.
Yeah, you can, if there's a bird nest in your tree and you need to trim your tree, you don't leave that limb up because there's a bird nest in it. The thing is you're just not supposed to own it for personal gain. Why would you own a nest for personal gain? But mainly for something like that.
Well, so for an example, we gave a couple friends of ours used to go to the, like to the rodeo or to gun shows and stuff. And they, not only are they there for their personal just enjoyment, but they're walking along and they're looking at the hat makers and stuff and the hat bands. Because if they spot a hat band made of native feathers, they can actually give them a citation for using, native bird feathers.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about the Master Naturalist certification. A couple of things. The certification is simply to certify that you are a member of this group. It doesn't give you any special permit or any special licensing to handle wildlife, to hold wildlife, to keep feathers, to keep nests or anything like that. Your certification does not do that. Your legality of handling and holding wildlife in any way, shape, or form is no different when you put your 40 and 8 in than it was before you put your 40 and 8 in. Now, if you volunteer for organizations, you may be put as a sub-permittee under the permits that they may hold. Another thing, since this is an election year, you cannot in any way, shape, or form lobby as a master naturalist. You cannot do it. This is a state-funded organization. You're funded by, that's why I talk about the Pittman Robertson Act. You are funded under federal funding. My position is funded under federal funding. This is funded under federal funding. You cannot use this position in any way, shape, or form for lobbying. If you go to a rally, by all means, go to all the rallies you want to, support all the candidates you want to. If you go to a rally, do not wear your Texas Master Naturalist shirt or ID. If you're asked to speak at a political function, do not get up and say, I am so-and-so from the Texas Naturalist Program, and I'm here to tell you to vote for Joe. You cannot do that. You absolutely cannot do that. If you have a Master Naturalist license plate on your vehicle and you want to put a Vote for Joe bumper sticker on your car, that's up to you. That's totally up to you. Nothing we can do about that. We cannot tell you that you cannot put a bumper sticker on your car, but we can tell you you cannot represent Texas Master Naturalists at any type of political event, period. I can't even do it. That little bit of, again, when I'm talking about funding codes, that little bit of talk that I did on RAWA, on my timesheet, I'm gonna have 15 minutes coded to a state fund with state dollars because the governor gave us permission to lobby for RAWA. But it has to come from a special fund that has nothing to do with state appropriated tax dollars or federally appropriated tax dollars. So an hour and a half I'm gonna have to do under one code, 15 minutes I'm gonna have to do under another code. Y'all don't have that code.
Force it to be a mess.
Tell me about it. All right. As a matter of fact, I work for Texas Parks and Wildlife. I have to be licensed. I have to be permitted. This is my permit that is given to me as an employee of Texas Parks and Wildlife. And if you notice what it says right here, acting within the scope of his or her authority, I can only do this acting in the scope of my job. I can only collect that dead bird and possess it if I am sending it off to A&M for testing for disease. I can only hold an alligator snapping turtle if it is in conjunction with my job. If I'm doing research, if I'm doing trapping, then I can do it. Other than that, I can't. If the feds were to come to my house and I had a stuffed bluebird with a nest sitting on my television, I can be charged for that. I have to have a permit to work for Parks and Wildlife. All right, there are provisions that do exist that you can handle wildlife, you can hold wildlife, or you can have a feather, or you can have a bird nest. All of those things there are mechanisms that you can do that, but you have to apply for them. For example, right now, I can work with alligator snapping turtles because I work for the state of Texas and I am permitted through the state of Texas to do that. Alligator snapping turtle is actually on the list to be listed as a threatened or endangered species by the federal government. When that happens, I cannot touch an alligator snapping turtle until I am permitted through the federal government. So any work that, if that happens, any work that I'm doing with alligator snapping turtles will immediately halt. Because I will be in violation of federal law if I touch an alligator snapping turtle after that point. I'm hoping if that happens, it goes quickly. It may be 18, 24 months before they decide what permitting they're going to do. So if that happens, the research I'm doing is going to halt for 2 years. Yes.
What about transporting an injured animal?
You are, there are stipulations for that. You are not in violation if you are transporting an injured animal. That's perfectly fine. You are not under violation of anything by doing that. Pretty much the rest of it is just kind of some ethics stuff. There's my favorite birds. Okay, so with that quickly, any questions on laws and ethics?
Yes, I think we've pretty much established that it's not ethical to have wildlife as pets, but what are the policies or regulations or laws around this?
Around owning wildlife,
Around taking wildlife as pets, like raccoons, possums?
well, that's multi-layered. There are state laws, there are TPWD, what we call state code, TPWD code, that prohibits the ownership of certain types of wildlife. There are also local, there's county and city ordinances also that prohibit the possession of wildlife or the movement of wildlife. For example, in the state of Texas, it is totally legal if you have nuisance raccoons on your property or in your house for you to trap them and relocate them. But you cannot relocate them outside of a rabies quarantine zone. Those borders have arbitrarily been marked as the county. So if they caught raccoons here, they could not move them across the creek. But they can take them to Willis. It's some of it's just, I understand, I agree, it's totally arbitrary to it. But so it really depends. There's a lot of different circumstances when it comes to it. If you own wildlife, you have to have a rehabilitator license in order to own. There are fur-bearer permit laws. For example, nutria. Nutria are an introduced invasive species, but the law was written in the 1800s. You can't own nutria because it's a fur-bearer. It's like a raccoon, it's like a beaver, it's like a mink. It's like it's held under that same, they're a fur-bearer. You can, if they're chewing up or digging up your pond or levees, you can shoot them all day. And you will not be fined for it, not an issue whatsoever. You actually cannot possess it. So if you shot the nutria and then you're like, you know what, I want a nutria pelt, so you skin it. No, you can't, because they are considered a fur bearer. You have to have a fur bearer permit in order to own that pelt. So there's different circumstances. There's different circumstances to it, and it depends on what the species is. But in general, non-game, no, you cannot. The best way to answer that question is, unless you have special provision given to you by Texas Parks and Wildlife, no, you cannot own wildlife. Although I owned a raccoon when I was a kid.
So say you have a friend who has quite the feather collection because of their children. Do you suggest maybe just tossing it out in the yard, or can you donate that collection to a nature center?
I donate it to a nature center. But at the same time, I'm going to tell you this too. If you're walking through Memorial Park and your 3-year-old picks up a blue jay feather and is running around Memorial Park with it, there's not a game warden hiding behind a tree that's going to tackle your kid and put him in cuffs and drag him off somewhere.
Right.
You know, this is, and if you're driving down the road and you're a master naturalist and you have, and as you were walking to your car, you saw a blue jay feather or something on the ground and you're like, oh, this would be something cool to take to this scout group or whatever while I'm here. And you take it in your car and you get pulled over by a game warden and they say, well, why do you have that blue jay feather? And you go, oh, I'm a master naturalist. I'm going to do a talk at this thing and I just wanted to show them this feather. They're not going to drag you out of the car, back to their truck, beat you, throw you in the back of the thing and haul you off. They'll probably say, after you're done, toss it outside. These laws are mainly for maybe your friend. Your friend. So, yeah. And I will tell you this, and this is the same with anybody. It's the same with absolutely anybody. It depends on how you are approached and how you react to being approached. If you've got that feather and game warden walks up to your car and is like, and you know, and you got a sweater, and you're doing this little number and everything. The game warden's like, what's wrong? I noticed when I was walking up, you were trying, oh, it's nothing, don't worry about it. I don't have nothing, it's none of your business. Then you uncover that blue jay feather. Yeah, then you might get dragged off behind the truck.
I mean, I can guarantee you there's vulture feathers somewhere in my van.
Stuff like that. It's gonna be, again, how you act as your approach. If you come in with an attitude toward a game warden, they're gonna come back with an attitude toward you. Or they may not. They may just brush it off and just be like, you know, whatever, I don't have time for this. So don't think that every bird feather that's laying on the ground somewhere has a game warden watching it. And also, with that, in a state park or state-owned property, it is illegal for you to remove anything from it. So you can't even take a piece of wood, a rock, anything from state park, national park, anything like that. It's illegal to take any resource from it whatsoever. Any other questions? Yes.
I also know someone who has a friend that whose ex-husband thought that it was really cool to pick up like dead raptors on the road or something that had gotten hit by a car. Which this friend found out about it when she was cleaning out a closet and opened up this bag and it was like full of desiccated fur. So she threw him in the trash, never told him. So that's perfectly valid. Right?
Yes, yeah, you throw it away fine. I actually have a pelican that died during the freeze.
Oh.
And I'm holding it for a friend of mine who is the director of the Dolores something nature center in Pearland. And I'm holding it for him. And I got it before the pandemic started, and I still have to report it every year. So every year I have to fill out paperwork to the Fish and Wildlife Service saying, I still have this pelican, number 10616, is still sitting in my freezer, and I'm about to toss it in the dumpster. So I need to make room for coyote food. I need to get rid of that. All right, so I guess let's take a break.
Let's take a break.
And we'll start with reptiles, amphibians. 5 minutes.
I'll get it ready.
As quick as we can get it.
Yeah.
How much time?
Ready.
All right, that works. Wow.
Wildlife. That's major, got a minor and iron. No longer go. Marine biology.
Yeah.
Wildlife.
Yes, he is starting to come around. Okay. Their understanding that there is more life than here. Would I have been hired as a fish biologist?
Okay.
But being hired as a person, yes, I probably still would not be able to hire. Although I'm a non-native biologist, there is no game biologist. Harris County, Galveston County, Chambers, Orange, Jefferson County. I act as a game biologist.
Okay.
So, and that was just like the fact that there's no biology.
My big focus right now is bats. That's more for what I'm trying to do. 40 bat last week.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was starting to get worried about it. I'm like, not waiting for my degree, and I'm starting to find out that to be an actual like wildlife, because I'm so aiming for my certification with the Wildlife Society.
Yes.
But like to be noticed by the state that you hire state wildlife biologists, you have to be after a certain number of things. It seems like you have to be after game, after endangered species,
What's kind of funny, but I encourage you to.
I have like a 15%. I made it 15% tuition discount.
There you go. I have probably presented more to wildlife society than anyone else. And I have been involved with wildlife society, but I cannot be a.
You might have to tilt it in, it's still open.
Even though I've technically been a wildlife biologist for 20 years, I do not qualify because I did not get experience.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to have so many credit hours, it's like these very specific ones, and you literally have to be wild to fit all, like even mine, I'm like, I've got to go find electives or certifications for parasitology and I don't think I have a dedicated course for herpetology specifically.
Yeah, that's another fun one too. I was interim state herpetologist for 20 years. And I still can't.
Oh, that's real good.
So the other one's just like.
I have been wildlife biologist for 20 years. Because I didn't take mammalogy. I took and I took wildlife classes that were not like for mammalogy.
I didn't even think about that. I'm not gonna call it my previous school with that. It was, I read public university, but I moved to the city because it was a lot more based. And that's what all mine are. It's terrestrial conservation biology and aquatic conservation math. And they kind of have different disciplines, but it's not just ecology, herpetology.
Environmental biology, ecology, I had a lot of ecology. Environmental biology, social biology, ecological interaction.
Yeah, I get that.
Yes, David, I know, okay, here's the thing, this is kind of the thing that gets me, and this is what I tell people. Oh, it is. I know. Animal behavior, that was one of my big things. I know. In the middle. And, you count their insides, their ears, and their molars, their eyes are at the corner of their head, and their teeth. I know. Ecology and behavior which
my 56 hours of elective, I split up between 300 degrees that were on the school and it's beautiful behavior. I tapped into GIS a little bit, so that's kind of flowing right now. And it's just state of the art.
yeah.
That's right.
I'm trying to get this started.
Sure, go ahead.
The situation that I've encountered, white rabbit knocked up. It's an urban area. And I had to make with my coworkers, because some of them are like, take it home. And I'm like, he was wild. So leave it here. But at the same time, I don't know if that's even, I asked parts, and they said, that's something. I feel like it's an gray area. Rabbit is sequence of previous generation.
Yeah. Oh. You can't show that it is, because it's cocktail.
Yeah, I was doing that.
I think what I got was
We have a whole. I'll like I think there's asking specific. All of those with the academics.
I'm also.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, to answer that, the best way to answer that question is that's. So there is no ethical issue. Now, as far as wildlife office, you can go, I mean, honestly, you can go step on this. It's not covered by law. Maybe under my animal cruelty laws, of a city or a state. I think.
They're both parts.
So, I mean, hogs, feral hogs. Shoot as many feral hogs as you want, you can leave them there. You don't have to. You can't go shoot a deer and let it live. You can be charged with poaching and wasting game. You can charge a teacher. Hogs, they're not that nice. Any wild. White ducks. You see the pond, we ducks, you see it pond. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll give you my email. Nice to meet you. All right. I heard even. We are looking into doing DNA research. So we're looking at doing something. Working with, working with, College of Furbearer and. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think it's pretty fair. She's downtown. She's DNA from and also Tony, I can't remember it's Italian. Troy. And Star College like. Did you see an so that's our issue. So we're looking at alternative space they wanted to do without catching. So yeah, she's working on getting her phone practice from sketching. Yeah. Want to help with that project?
I would be interested. I would like to find a way to relate my background. I teach on Intern.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. All right, you ready? Cool. All right, like I was saying earlier, I am gonna please somebody time me because I tend to get very lost in this. Yeah, give me about 10 minutes. About a 10-minute warning. That way I can go through the last 40 slides in 10 minutes. That's probably what I'll get to. This is my absolute favorite subject. My degree is in ecology, but I really concentrated on herpetology. As a matter of fact, I have worked, I filled in for our state herpetologist when our state herpetologist moved on to a different position. I filled in for a year and a half, 2 years in the state herpetologist position, helped out with that position until we were able to hire a new herpetologist, and I work very closely with him on a lot of projects now. So herpetology is a really big part of what I do. And it's a great subject. I can go on about it, like I said, for months and months and months and months and months, and not even touch the top of herpetology. But what is herpetology? Herpetology is a branch of zoology that studies both amphibians and reptiles. And then also, have you had your general ecology class yet?
Yeah.
All right. Like I said before, I'm the advisor for the Gulf Coast chapter. So I go to the first class, and I also teach 6 of their classes, and then I go to the last class of their training. And on the first day, I emphasize ecology, 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 ecology. It's great if you like to specialize in one thing. It's great if you want to know about one particular species or one particular animal or one particular thing. But there's a common ground between fish, coyotes, alligator snapping turtles, moths, is ecology. That is what joins every single one of these things together. Everything that you will learn in this class, in multiple classes, even after you're through, is all going to be based on ecology. If you like coyote, where do coyote live? They live in this type of habitat. What is this habitat made up of? It's made up of these trees, these plants, these animals, this soil, wooded, open area. Did you know coyote used to be called prairie wolves? So coyote need large open areas in order to hunt, but they're generalist species. They're very wily coyote. Which you hit on another one of my my passions is canine behavior and coyote. Diana and I kind of alluded a little bit. I'm doing research right now with coyote. If anyone is interested, I'm doing a urban coyote diet study. It's been going on for the past 4 years. I've been mainly doing it in Houston, but I would like to expand to go into, I'd like to expand up to Conroe and down to Galveston Island and out to Katy. But I really need help filling in some gaps. I get interns every year, but I always get interns between May and August. I have got so much coyote poop from May and August that I don't need really much anymore. I need it from August to May. So I need to fill in those gaps, and I really need help filling in those gaps.
You want people to send you coyote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And there's certain criteria with it. If you're interested, get my, I'll give you my email address after this, and contact me because there are certain criteria that I'm looking for. You will be trained in how to identify. You will know more about poop than you ever wanted to know. You will know how to identify it, how to collect it, where to collect it. It has to do with, there's certain things that we're looking for. Back to that later. Back to herpetology. So let's take a look at the numbers when it comes to herps. Texas, we have 238 species of amphibian and reptile. We're #1 in diversity throughout the US. We're #1 for reptiles, #9 for amphibians. We have 71 amphibian species, 167 reptile species that exist. And you look at these numbers, you go like, man, those are some numbers. Those are some high numbers. Why? Why do we have such high numbers?
In Texas, yeah.
Number one, Texas is 800 miles north to south, roughly 800 miles north to south, 800 miles from east. The US north to south is 1,600 and east to west is 2,600. So that kind of tells you how much, and Texas makes up 5% of the landmass of the United States. 5%. Now, Alaska makes up like another 35%. Between Texas, California, and yeah. All right. Also, look at this is what I was talking about, ecology. So we're going to look at the ecology of reptiles and amphibians. At first, we're going to look through the ecology and why this is the way. We're going to look at the habitat. You got to think of multiple things. What makes up the environment? What makes up the ecology of a certain spot? Weather, rainfall,
Land,
climate, temperature, altitude, soil. All of these things make up the ecology, the environment of different areas. We'll take Texas, for example. Average rainfall. We range all the way from around 60 inches per year, all the way down to 8 or 9 inches of rain a year. So there's this huge diversity of rainfall throughout the state of Texas. Temperature gradient of the state of Texas. Averages of the 60s to the 80s and 90s. Average seasonal temperatures. So we have this massive, we have a north-south temperature gradient, and we have an east-west, west-east rainfall gradient. We have multiple, what we call ecoregions. There's Gould's 10. I recommend that you get those and you know those. That can be broken down even further. And much further, down to the minutia. That can be done, the difference between that side of the building and that side of the building. It can be broken down into where the Lake Charles clay stops, where the Beaumont clay starts. You know? So there are huge variances in the ecoregions throughout Texas. What happens when you have a much higher diversity of ecosystems? You have a much higher diversity of plant life and animal life. We have our distinct vegetative regions. And if you look at this map, for example, you have East Texas, which is what we look at as our forested region, the piney woods. So knowing this, knowing that we have a very north-south temperature gradient, so our temperature gradient pretty much goes from this area to this area. We have a moisture gradient, so it gets higher as you go south and east. Rainfall moisture goes higher from west to east. Where would you expect to see, y'all know amphibians, you got the basic knowledge of amphibians, that you know what they need in order to survive. Where do you think you would see the highest amphibian diversity in the state of Texas? El Paso? No. So we're looking at this area here. Why would you say that area? It's wet and warm. Perfect. Here you can see amphibian diversity in the state of Texas. Much higher in the eastern portion of the state. But if you look at the US overall, highest amphibian diversity is along this gradient here. Same. Your moisture gradient increases this direction, your temperature gradient increases this direction also. There's one part of this picture I really like to point out, and that's this area right here. Anybody know what this is right here? Smokey Mountains. Anybody know what one of the really kind of cool herpetological anomalies is with the Smokey Mountains? It is the highest, it's the highest concentration of salamander.
Really?
Yeah, is in the Smoky Mountains. So why would you think? It's a temperate rainforest. So they get rainfall quite a bit. Temperatures are relatively mild. You have a lot of leaf litter. And what do you need for caudates, salamanders? You need leaf litter because they exist mostly in leaf litter. And Diana was talking about something earlier too, that needs leaf litter. Lightning bugs, yeah. Anybody ever heard of the lightning bug trail?
Mm-hmm.
It's in the Smoky Mountains.
Yeah, I applied to get a lottery thing for
Yeah.
it. They said I didn't get it, but I saw it and applied for it to go.
It's basically this trail that goes in a part of the Smoky Mountains where millions upon millions and millions and millions of lightning bugs exist. Yeah, a limited number of people. It's a lottery. You have to apply for the lottery, then you have to be chosen. Then you're put on a list to walk the trail 6 years from now.
No, what I was applying for was this coming summer. They said it was 100 per day for this window from like
Yeah.
June 3rd to 10th.
Yeah, and then it really depends on, that was knocked out a few years back because they had a drought. And so there's actually, I don't know if they've caught up with the waiting list, but there was a waiting list for, I think it was 2 or 3 years at one point. I don't know if they've caught up with it since COVID. But that area actually, the Smokies, what was it, maybe 4 or 5 years ago? That's really bad fires in the region because of drought. And that kind of messed up that area a little bit, but it's coming back very much. Okay, now on the other hand, you have, this is the reptile diversity. Look at Texas with reptile diversity. Why? Why is the reptile diversity in Texas much higher than the amphibian diversity in Texas?
The rainfall is kind of isolated to the east side, whereas we have good conditions for reptiles all the way across.
Absolutely. Reptiles are not dependent upon water in order to survive, in order to pretty much live. Yes, they have to drink water. Yes, they have to ingest moisture, but they don't have to lay their eggs in water in order to survive. So that's why you see much more reptile diversity. Now, you look here, why is it stopping right here?
Too cold.
Again, there you've got the temperature gradient. You get the cold temperature gradient that keeps down this direction. So it keeps reptile, not saying that there are not reptiles in the Pacific Northwest, but just the number and the diversity of it is a lot less. So we talked about this: size, location, precipitation, and temperature gradient, ecoregion, ecological system, and context. So what makes an amphibian an amphibian? They are all vertebrates, which means they have a backbone. They are all ectothermic, not exothermic. I actually went to a nature center that have written on their board that reptiles were exothermic. Anybody know what exothermic means? Exothermic means it gives off heat. Exothermic is it's like when you strike a match, that's an exothermic reaction. And the term is not cold-blooded. It is ectothermic. It means that their environment plays a large part in the regulation of their body temperature. They are tetrapod, by and large tetrapod. And then at the same time with some of these things, one of the great things about the animal kingdom is you can say one thing and then, but there's an exception to that rule. They are primarily tetrapod. You know what tetrapod is? Tetra meaning 4, podia meaning feet. They have 4 legs. And most of them live 2 lives. And what do I mean by they live 2 lives? We all probably remember this or some fashion of this in elementary school. Everybody kind of had to go through the frog metamorphosis chart here. Typically with the anurans, frogs and toads, and this is also salamanders also, it's a little bit slightly different. This process takes somewhere around 30-ish days to go from egg to metamorph, which is right in this general area right here, metamorph. Essentially, you have 2 different types. You can have internal and external fertilization with the egg, which we'll get into a little bit more later. But all amphibians go through some type of majority of amphibians go through some type of metamorphosis. We have 3 amphibian orders that we're really going to concern ourselves about today. Caudata, which are the salamanders, Anura, which are the frogs and toads, and Apoda, which are the Caecilians, not Caecilians, but Caecilians. This is what we're primarily going to look at today. Class Amphibia. What are some of the characteristics of class Amphibia? The Anurans, the frogs and toads, no tail. Through metamorphosis, they will actually absorb the tail into their body. Some will have through metamorphosis, they'll have an external gill. This external gill will then grow over and will become a rudimentary lung. Typically larger specialized rear limbs. So they'll have shorter front limbs and modified rear limbs. And when I say modified rear limbs, look at a bullfrog as opposed to a tree frog, like a squirrel tree frog, gray tree frog, green tree frog. I don't really encourage you to do this unless you really know how to handle amphibians. But look at a green tree frog when it's stuck to your back patio or your back window, and watch when it moves. You'll notice when it stretches its leg out, it's got this real long, spindly leg, and the muscle is pretty much the same all the way across. You notice they have really big, large hands or digits, and they'll have large pads on the ends of each of these digits. Tree frogs are more designed to climb. They're climbers. They're not hoppers. They're not jumpers. Yes, a tree frog will jump if you poke it enough. Usually you have to poke them a lot before they'll actually get their jumping. You poke them, and most of the time they'll kind of do this real weird kind of crawling away. But they are designed to climb. Whereas you look at a bullfrog. Bullfrog, well, some people cut their legs off and eat them. So they have very large muscles, and these muscles are designed for jumping. Same with its cousin, the leopard frog. They're jumpers. They are designed to jump. They are designed to swim. Tree frogs really aren't designed to swim. Tree frogs really aren't designed to jump. They're much more designed to climb. Short, stout appearance. So basically no neck. There's no distinguishable neck and body. So they're shorter, kind of compact. And they're tadpoles in larval stage. Whereas with like Coyotes, their larval stage kind of looks like a mini adult. So they have the legs, they have the tail. Some will have external gills that will eventually become internal gills. Some will retain the external gills and will stay completely in the water most of their life. But most of your Coyotes are going to be land dwellers. Most of them are going to be living in leaf litter and subterranean. They do have a tail present. Four arms or four legs and rear legs are similar in size. Long cylindrical appearance, and the larvae are similar to adults. There is an exception with the Coyotes in legs. Does anybody know what that may be? We actually have them around here. It's called a three-toed Amphibia. They have two little bitty front legs.
Like the skin?
Huh?
Like the skin?
No, no, skinks are lizards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, skinks are a lizard. Salamanders are different. They're an amphibian. So skinks are a reptile. They're in the lizard group, and salamanders are in the amphibian group. Yes.
What you just said, are they like mostly black?
Yes.
Dark color.
Mostly black. They're about this long. You'll find them in ditches. Some people call them mud puppies. Yeah, so they're called three-toed Amphibia, and it's because they're two little bitty tiny legs on the front have three toes. We pretty much talked about this. I thought I changed that. I didn't. This is a family of frogs.
Question.
Yes.
In the previous slide, it said poison glands.
Yes.
Salamanders have poison glands?
Salamanders, yes. Yes. Vast majority, well, a very large majority of them do. They have poison glands, yes. Here we see, here's the three-toed Amphibia right here. See his little legs in the front? This is the blind Texas cave salamander. They're fully aquatic, so you see they still retain the external gills. Order Anira. This is the frogs and toads. So let's think about the frogs and toads. Again, 4 limbs, but they're not proportionate. Rear limbs are modified. They're more widespread than salamanders. Why do you think that they would be more widespread than salamanders? Think of the ecology again.
They can take more water loss.
They can accept more water loss, exactly. Exactly. Salamanders really cannot dry out. A lot of frogs will not necessarily say they will dry out, but if you'll notice during times where we don't have a lot of rain, a lot of moisture, you'll see and I'll go back and talk about green tree frogs over and over and over in this because we see them quite a bit. You'll see them like squish themselves up really close, tucking their legs up underneath them, and they're basically trying to keep all of their body moist and basically suctioning their self to some type of substrate. So just their back dries out, and they can remain that way for quite a while until rain comes or moisture comes, and then they will open themselves back up and move around again. There are some species of anurans in the world that will bury themselves into the ground and secrete a mucus, and this mucus will mix with the mud around them and almost turn into like almost as tough as concrete, and they will sit dormant in these little cocoons until the next rainfall. Rainfall goes down, percolates through the water, dissolves the little cocoon that they're in, and they'll come out and they will mate crawl back down into the mud, secrete their mucus, and wait till the next wet season. Vocalization, that's something we think about most when we talk about endurance. And that is pretty much exclusively males for territory and mating. So when you hear all that, it's just like, man, the boys are loud tonight. When you've seen the pictures of frogs and they expand the vocal pouch, that's how they make the noise. And think of the vocal pouch as like a drum. And so they expand their vocal pouch, and then they vibrate vocal cords, and it resonates and makes the sound. So much so, one of the smallest frog species is actually one of the louts, and it's one that we have here. It's the eastern narrowmouth toad. And if you've ever heard it, I mean, it's and it's literally that loud. About the size of my thumbnail. Narrowmouth toad is about the size of my thumbnail. And they make this just loud noise, call. Generally, at least in this area, you can distinguish frog calls from toad calls. And that's typically, frog calls are going to be much more of a chirp. So you're going to hear chirping or some type of repeated and paused sound vocalization. Toads are going to be a very long trill. So it's going to be a continuous trill. Yeah.
Is there a website where you can go listen to the different ones?
Yes, absolutely. Determine? Yeah, absolutely. You can, one of the easiest things to do is just to Google Texas frog calls. And there are some on TPWD website, there's some on the Herps of Texas website. Yeah. Yes.
So would the bullfrog be frog or toad?
It's a frog.
Okay.
Yes.
Because we have those, but they make like a really deep.
Yes.
I don't know if that would be chirping, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bullfrogs are the frogs you hear in every Friday the 13th movie. Every movie that there's a swamp or a lake in it, you hear they have bullfrogs. Yeah, it makes a very low kind of croaking sound. Other than that, around here you'll hear leopard frog around ponds a lot. The toads that you're going to hear around here are going to be narrowmouth toad and coastal plains toad. Fowler's toad possibly in some of the areas around here, but those are the narrowmouth toad and coastal plains toad are what you're going to hear around here. Yes.
It seemed like before the freeze, like the big freeze, we were getting a lot of these little toads that went like by the pool, and they sounded like they were laughing, literally laughing frogs, like toads or frogs.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know which ones I'm talking about? Like laughter, like they're like, they're so funny, I swear. But this was before the freeze, and now it seems like the freeze killed a lot of them.
There was probably a decrease in amphibians after the freeze, but I haven't really noticed a huge marked difference.
We used to get tons, like our neighbors too, in the pool. They all sat by by the rocks, like laugh. I had video, audio of them laughing. They're hysterical.
Yeah. Yeah, that most likely what you're hearing is
Little ones.
yeah, those can be toadlets.
Yeah, kind of like
or froglets. They can be small. Here we have a very small introduced frog that's called a Rio Grande chirping frog. They sound like a little bird. We also have the smaller frogs. We have narrowmouth toad, which is very small, but they put out a trill. It could also be something, what you're describing to me is leopard frog. Yeah, and it's probably either those are just small frogs around and you're hearing leopard frogs. But if you hear something in your yard, that's a Rio Grande chirping frog. They actually came from the valley. They were brought up from the valley in potted plants from the valley. So they actually been introduced. All right. Oh, went back. Most have external. We talked about external fertilization. For Anura, they have external fertilization where the male will mount the female as she's laying the eggs. He will release sperm onto the eggs as they are exiting the female. So there's not internal fertilization. Caudata, there is internal fertilization with caudata, which were the salamanders. Anybody recognize this? Yes, that's an egg cluster. Anybody tell me what kind of frog that is? And how do I know that's a frog, first off? How do I know that's a frog and not a toad?
Toads are straight.
Absolutely, yes. Toads typically lay their eggs in strings. Frogs typically lay in a mass like that. And toads will lay in little strings. So that's the first good answer. So that's a frog. That is frog eggs. Anybody tell me what kind of eggs those are? What's that? Bullfrog? Is that a guess?
Yes.
It's a bullfrog. Those are bullfrog eggs. Can you tell me what this is? That's a tadpole. Can you tell me what kind of tadpole it is?
A bird frog? Maybe?
No. Close. Anybody? Anyone? Make a guess. Bullfrog? It's a bullfrog. It is a bullfrog.
I was just looking at, I did 3 field trips this week, what we could find is bullfrog.
Bullfrog, that bullfrog tadpole in that picture, I have a picture of Paul Crump, who is our herpetologist now. I have a picture of him holding one, and the tadpole goes from like here to here.
Oh my gosh.
Paul's short too, so it makes it, it's like a course perspective thing. It's on my palm, it'd be about from here to here. But it's still a tadpole that's, a good 3.5 inches, 3.5 inches long.
What's the mortality rate?
Of eggs? Tadpoles typically, I don't know of any real studies that have been done on how many actually make it to adulthood with frogs, but the numbers you're looking at are probably very low, 1 to 2 maybe per clutch, and that number is probably being generous. But typically, a clutch is, yes, can be anywhere upwards to 1,500 eggs. Let's say this happens. I was walking around one day and I saw a banded water snake in the middle of an egg clutch, just having his cookie and chips. He probably ended up eating every single one. So out of this clutch of eggs, if you get one to reach adulthood, you've done well. But every female will lay 300, 400, 600, 1,000 eggs, depending on the species. Some 3 or 4 eggs, depending on the species.
How many times do they lay their eggs?
Typically once or twice a year. Yeah, depending on all this, and that's the thing, I have to caveat everything, unless we're talking about an individual species, typically once or twice a year. And then it depends on where they're at. If they're here, it's usually temperature dependent. If they're a frog species in around the equator, it's typically moisture or monsoonal seasons or humidity changes that trigger reproduction. Anybody know what kind of frog this is? Bullfrog. It's a bullfrog. You see here? So this is a bullfrog, of course, and then this is at a point which is called metamorph, and this is basically when they have their legs, and the gills have been internalized, So they're basically a frog with a tail. So from fertilization to, and this is, we're really talking about bullfrog here, because this can change depending on species. Typically, you're looking at from fertilization to metamorph, 3-ish weeks or so, 3 weeks a month. And then you're looking at from metamorph to juvenile, you're looking at another 3 weeks to a month to be up to juvenile. And then adult, 3 to 4 years, depending on how life treats you, if you make it that long. Families, these are the families that you will see here in this particular area.
What makes the toad and the frog the frog?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That is a good question. Typically, the biggest difference between a toad and a frog is toads have developed a skin that is less permeable to water, which basically means that they can survive outside of water longer or more, or in some cases, totally away from water once they have completed metamorph. Then they can live totally on land the rest of their life. Whereas frogs still need to be in very moisture laden areas. If a toad dries out, there's really a big issue. There's a huge issue if a toad dries out. If a frog dries out, that's much easier for a frog to dry out than a toad, because they have a much more permeable skin. Order Apoda. These are an interesting, very interesting order, amphibian. The name means without legs. So they have no legs. They're a worm-like animal. Subterranean diggers, about 160 species. They're really restricted to the tropics. I add them on to here. We don't have them here. I add them on to here because they are a really neat amphibian. Their eyes may be covered with skin, or they may not even have eyes at all because they are totally fossorial. They totally live underground. They have these little tentacles on their head that act as chemoreceptors, because if you live underground, how are you going to see anything? How are you going to know if anything's around? You have to have some way of doing it, and that's mainly through chemoreceptors. Viviparity is very common, meaning that an egg is laid, but the egg hatches internally and grows internally. So much to the point in the order Apoda that the young can be 30 to 60% the size of the adult when it's actually born. So imagine, how many ladies in here have had kids? Imagine carrying your kid till they were 60% the size they are as an adult. Yeah, you got to kind of feel for this group. The initial growth of the fetus is supported by a yolk sac. So that's that egg part. Once the yolk is used up, the embryos feed on a uterine milk secreted from the oviduct. So you're looking at, is this the common link between reptile and mammal? That's your own personal ethic to figure that out. This is what they look like, and this is where you'll generally find them. You can see he still has a little bit of an eye, but it's really a non-functioning eye. And the same over here. This one's kind of grown over.
What are those two called?
The species name or the?
Those two. Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Since they're not typically found in the U.S., which I don't really have names for them. Little wormy.
How big typically?
Not very large. They're not very large at all. I mean, we're talking, 3-4 inches maybe, yes.
How come, so you said they're in the tropics, how come, they're in Central America, but like those islands in the Caribbean don't have, they're like a particular ecological condition for them, or?
No, that's just a generalization that they're mainly in the tropic, which tropics essentially goes from this area to this area. You have the equator that goes through right around here. And so they tend to be more tropic. When the term tropic is used, it's meaning you're not going to find them in the tundra, and you're not going to find them basically anywhere higher than, we're actually technically considered subtropics here. So that's just kind of a generalization on where you find them. And you're asking why you don't find them in the Caribbean islands?
Yeah.
Not to be facetious, but they probably just don't swim. I don't know. It's a good question, but yeah, they'll find them off the coast of Africa though. They found them on islands off the coast of Africa. Yeah, and I think they're found off the coast of Africa here, mainly because this section of Africa at one time was right here. So they were attached. So they're just, they've survived on those islands off the coast of Africa. Good questions. All right, let's talk about reptiles. What makes a reptile? I changed that last night to say what makes a reptile. I hope I grabbed the right one. They are vertebrates. They are ectothermic again. Difference is that they're covered with scales or scutes. Anybody know what a scute is?
It's a little hurt armor.
Yes.
A bone under the skin.
It can be a bone under the skin. Yes, it can be. As a matter of fact, these guys right here have scutes, but they are intradermal, which means that they are actually inside the skin. Whereas turtle scutes are on the outside of the skin, with exception. Anybody know what the exception to a turtle with an intradermal scoop? Spiny soft shell, and actually the spiny soft shell and the common soft shell. Both of them have intradermal scutes. So they actually have a shell like a turtle, but it's covered in skin.
I have a question. Is it cute or skewed? Is it cute or skewed?
Where are you from?
Lots of places.
Where'd you learn to speak?
Central Texas.
Then it's skewed. It's wherever. It's
Either is it
skewed, scoot. I've heard it pronounced either way. I say scoot. And that's just because I'm from East Texas. So, okay, there we have, these are the orders of reptiles that we have seen in the past that have existed. I want you to pay particular attention to this one way down here. You can read it. All right, there you go. Thanks for knocking yourself.
Ornithischia? No.
It's Saurocetia.
Oh, no.
It includes the class Aves. So this reptile order includes the class Aves. What's the class Aves?
Birds.
Birds. Birds are nothing but extravagant reptiles. I love telling birders that too. That's nothing but turtle with wings. All right. But we have three that still, well, we have basically these four that still exist today. We're going to concentrate on three. The Turatara, it's a type of reptile that lives, where would you think a weird reptile that still exists would live? Australia. Yeah, it's where other than that, there are three orders that we have here. Order Testudinata, Order Sclomata, and Order Crocodilia. Those are the three reptile classes or orders that we have here. We will start with order Testudinata. Testudinata are the turtles, tortoises, and terrapins. Anybody tell me the difference between a turtle, tortoise, and a terrapin?
Well, there's shell. Oh,
Shell?
How much time is spent in the water?
How much time they spend in the water?
that's what I think.
Anyone else? Anyone?
And their legs, like.
Legs, morphology, maybe, so the general morphology is the difference. There you go. What if I told you nothing? There is no difference between a turtle, tortoise, and terrapin. It's colloquial. It's totally regional on what is called a turtle, tortoise, or terrapin. Tortoise kind of has a distinction to it, and that's primarily desert-dwelling land turtles. Other than that, there is no distinction.
Okay, but if you ask a zoologist, they will be hard and fast about that difference, because I have met zoologists who are like, no, that is a tortoise, not a turtle. So I don't know. Yeah.
They're wrong.
Okay.
It's like, you know, creek and river and stream and bayou and all of these, they're, you know, they're regional. Terrapin actually comes from an Algonquin Indian name for turtle was terrapin. Terrapinae is the genus of the box turtle. Okay. Terrapinae is the genus of the box turtle. The only one that does have some type of distinction, like I said earlier, is tortoise. And tortoise is typically scrub or desert land-dwelling turtles. But really, it's much more of a colloquial. It's much more of a regional thing than it is any distinct characteristic or distinct lineage between. Because you stop and look at it, what is a box turtle? Box turtle, where do box turtles live? Totally on the land, typically in scrub. We've got ornate and three-toed. Ornate typically live more on the edges of open areas, prairies to forest. Three-toed box turtles typically in forested areas. Box turtles don't go in water. Toss a box turtle in the water, what's going to happen? It's going to hit the bottom. They're not tortoises, although they live in the same environment, have the same cell structure, same basic structure as tortoises, but they are called box turtles, not box tortoises. So it could be argued either way, but really there is not anything that I know. Anybody else know of anything distinct that anyone has put down in a white paper and said, this is how it is? Yeah. Right. 300 species worldwide, about 60 in the area. This is the one, this is the order that we think of with shells, the species with shells. There's actually 3 parts to a turtle shell or a tortoise shell or a terrapin shell. There are 3 parts. There is the carapace, which is the upper, and they are broken down into names for each of the scutes. You have the nasal scute, which is the one right above the head. You have the supracaudal, which are the 2 above the tail. You have costal scutes, which are the ones around the edges. And then you have the central. I also heard those called vertebral scutes. So that when you're identifying turtles, pay particular attention to the order and the size of the scutes. Also, pay particular attention to the markings on the legs and the head. Because you'll see them with markings along the sides of their heads and on their legs. So you pay particular attention to those 2 in order to identify. One of the things that one part of my job is We have Texas tortoise, which is a native tortoise to Texas, hence the name Texas tortoise. They are native to the valley. They're native to South Texas. And they're people that go to South Texas, somehow they end up here in Houston, either by Good Samaritans bringing them here, thinking they're saving them from living in the valley, or whatever. They saw them crossing a road, so they're like, oh, well, I want to save it crossing the road, so I'll put it in the back of my truck and I'll take it home and let it go in the woods. Well, they don't like living in the woods. So I end up with them because they end up being confiscated. Somebody finds out, I end up with them because they've been confiscated, and I try to do re-release programs back into the valley with them. Some of them, they can't be reintroduced because of different reasons. If you look at a juvenile Texas tortoise and you look at a juvenile yellow-footed tortoise or red-footed tortoise or Dabra, they look very similar to each other. I've been in pet stores before, and I've walked by turtle tanks, and sometimes I walk by and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. I went back and looked, and I'm like, can I look at your turtles? Sure. And I'll get them and I'll turn them over and I'll go, okay, and I'll set it back down and walk off. Because I can identify it for sure by a gular scoot, which are the two scoots that are under the neck. With Texas tortoise, they're very elongated. Where others, they may be absent or like what you see here. You can also identify different turtles by if their plastron is hinged. You know, mud turtles, those will be turtles about so big, kind of an olive green color. And when you pick them up, they just totally disappear because their plastron is hinged. And so when they draw their head in, the plastron will close up behind them. You pick up box turtles or tortoises, they don't have a hinged plastron. Anybody ever seen an alligator snapping turtle's plastron? No. For a turtle that gets this big, plastron's tiny. They have a little bit tiny plastron as opposed to the rest of its body. Again, with the plastron, you got gular, humeral, pectoral, abdominal, femoral, anal, carapace. This is the underside of the carapace here, and the bridge are the scoots that connect the carapace to the plastron. So you'll typically have scoots along the side. Very important in identifying chicken turtles, which chicken turtles are a protected species in the state of Texas. Order Squamata, these are the scaled reptiles. Lizards and snakes. One of the distinguishing characteristics of the order Squamata is what's called a quadrate bone. Go a little bit more on the quadrate bone when we get into snakes. But essentially, you've heard the term that snakes unhinge their jaws. They don't. Snakes don't unhinge their jaws. They have what's called a quadrate bone, and it connects the upper jaw to the lower jaw. And so when they open their mouth, the quadrate bone extends. Then their lower jaw is not fused. There's a tendon that connects their lower jaw. So when they open their mouth, when they open their jaw, the quadrate bone extends out and their bottom jaw can widen out because there's an elastic tendon on the bottom jaw. That's why you can watch a rat snake eat a chicken egg or a chicken snake eat a chicken egg. Rat snake and chicken snake are the same snake. About 9,000 species worldwide of snakes. We have about 36 potential in this region, in this area. Lizards, we have about 14 potential species in this region. One that you will see here that you won't see in Harris County, well, you'll see maybe Kingwood. That's about as far south is the timber rattlesnake. You won't find, whereas in Harris County, you will more likely find diamondback rattlesnake in Harris County, but that's going to mainly be on the coastal side. Galveston County, Matagorda County, they have western diamondback. the Western Diamondback pretty much exist from about a half a mile stretch to a mile stretch from the coast. From the coast to about half a mile in, you'll have diamondback rattlesnakes. Then they seem to disappear until you hit a white on the other side of LaGrange. Then the range will pick up again. What's that? Yes, you'll find them in the hill country. Once you hit about LaGrange, Giddings, LaGrange, Shiner, west, you'll start picking up Western Diamondback again.
What's up with that?
They just either been pretty much run out of the Houston area. You know, in the past, they've been pushed to the coast and then pushed to LaGrange. Or it's just, they tend to, Diamondback tend to be more sandy areas. What's that?
I said that makes sense.
Yeah, they tend to like to be in more sandy areas. Go kayaking in the Trinity Bay out off of like Smith Point area, Anahuac. Yeah, it's kind of fun. You'll have these 6-foot diamondback rattlesnakes swimming through the bay. And they'll see you and they're like, ooh, free ride. So you get those diamondback rattlesnakes going after you. You're like, trying to paddle over. But you'll find them all. Galveston Island actually has they actually kind of have a pretty bad rep for getting bit by Western Diamondbacks. They like to hang out in the dunes. Yeah, they'll hang out in the dunes. Yeah, did they have signs out? Yeah. Rattlesnakes. Same with Anahuac, that area, Smith Point area, if you're not familiar with Smith Point. Essentially, you have Chambers County, you have Trinity Bay, and you have 2 Chambers counties. You have Chambers County on this side of Trinity Bay and Chambers County on the other side of Trinity Bay. Chambers County makes this kind of horseshoe. Smith Point is on the east side of Trinity Bay. So rattlesnakes in Smith Point, a lot in that area. Nothing really here. No, I've not really even heard of many rattlesnakes in Montgomery County. Timber rattlesnake, yes. Pygmy rattlesnake, yes. But Western Diamondback, no. And Western Diamondback is it's the quintessential snake. It's kind of like how bullfrogs are to any movie that is filmed in a swamp or a lake. Rattlesnakes are the same. If it's a movie filmed anywhere and it's a snake, it's going to be a rattlesnake, and it's going to be a Western Diamondback rattlesnake. All right, these are the families of reptiles.
We're going to click you on them later.
These are the families of reptiles that we have. This is worldwide. The ones that are highlighted, these are the ones that you're going to find here in Texas. These are the families of snakes, and these are the families of lizards that you would find. We actually have Boidae. We do have a Boidae in the U.S. Boidae is the boas and constrictors in the Pacific Northwest. There is a species of boa in the Pacific Northwest.
Is it a face like one?
No, the rainbow boa, it's native to Pacific Northwest. We also have Pythonidae. We have Boidae and Pythonidae and all of those in Florida. A whole lot of Pythonidae in Florida. That's the pythons. We do have Iguanidae here. Probably the most recognized is the Dactylidae, and that's the little green lizard that you see running around that has a very controversial name. This is one that your zoologist friends will argue with me again about. Those little lizards, what do you call them? No.
I'm going to stand for it. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
All right. What do you call them? Anola? Did you call them Anola before she said it?
I grew up calling chameleons.
Yeah, I've heard people call them chameleons. Most people call them Anola. But it's actually a Greek word for lizard, which means it's pronounced Anole. So the E is pronounced as Inole. And I have talked to herp groups before, and I actually gave a talk on anoles, and everybody just continuously, it's a no. It's not. So I added onto my presentation the pronunciation.
An accent on the E? So it should have an accent on the E.
It's French, so.
It should have an accent on the E.
Yeah, so I actually put the audio pronunciation of it, and not just one, I used like 6 or 7 or 8 different ones. And the biologist that is the most renowned biologist for working with Anole even wrote in a paper, he said, it's pronounced Anole, but I still say Anole. He even admitted that he pronounces it wrong, which I think is kind of funny. The skinks. And yes, skinks are lizards. They are a type of lizard. They are a family in the lizard family. These are skinks right here. This is the 5-line skink. This is male and female.
The most widespread lizard.
The skink.
The 5-line skink.
5-line skink, yeah. Yeah, these are the 5-line skinks. I've heard about blue-tailed skinks before, not to be confused with a blue-tongued skink, which is different. These are the ones that you will see as juvenile that have the really, really bright, iridescent purple tail, blue purple tail. This is female. All juveniles will have that. The females will retain the stripes like this. Males will form a bright red head.
These are all the same, because I have all this buried in my yard.
Same species.
Yeah, same species. This is male.
Okay.
This is the male and this is the female. Yes. That was actually in my backyard. So yeah, they were actually in my backyard. You can see a little bit of her tail that's cut off by this is still that iridescent blue.
That changes when they get older then?
Yes. Yeah, they totally lose the females, the stripe pattern will continue down the tail. The males will totally lose any color except for the head.
They have venom?
Yes, some species do. Yes. Lizard and skinks, the distinguishing characteristics of lizard and skinks are they have 4 legs of similar size. They have eyelids and external ears. And they venom, yes. I'll go a little bit more with that when I go into venom in a minute. But yeah, sort of type of venom. What's my time?
You have 15 more minutes.
Man. All right, lizard, that was lizard skinks.
Wait,
We're-
15 minutes till your alarm, so 25 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's that much better. Any other questions on lizards and skinks real quick?
Is there a distinction?
Not really. They're both, they have a different look. That's really about it. The only real skinks look pretty much the same size from head to the tip to the base of their tail. Lizards kind of have a little bit more definition to them. Skinks a little bit more long and cylindrical. Skinks have a tendency to be more forested.
It's slither. I thought it's slither.
Yeah, they do a little bit more slithering. We have like multiple species of skink here. We have prairie skink, brown skink, 5-line, redhead. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I've only found these striped skinks
like in the leafy area
Yeah.
of the woods on our property, but then like the lizardy ones will actually be crawling around the porch.
Yeah,
And you
It's-
never see one of these crawling on the porch.
yeah,
I don't know
it's
what that's like.
it's kind of like just a habitat thing. This is the lizard that, inhabits more of the leaf litter areas, you know, like with, salamanders. Salamanders are the amphibians that use that habitat, mostly. And what I mean by venom, sort of, I'm sorry?
Mainly just insects.
Yes, they're all predators. All lizards are predators. Venom, what I mean by that with lizards and skinks, sort of. There's this thing called the Duvernay gland. It produces a toxin, so there's argument if it's actually venom or if it's a modified saliva, or like in the case with Komodo dragon, they carry a bacteria in their mouth, and so they will bite their prey and wait it out. They may wait it out a month and just follow it around. Wait for it to die, and eventually it'll die and they'll eat it. Yeah. Snakes. All right, snakes, of course, legless, but then we can go back here. 4 legs. I like this. 4 legs are similar size and shape, except when they don't. That's with everything, except when they don't. Some you've ever heard of a glass snake. That's actually a skink. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually a skink, and we do have them here. So glass lizard or glass snake or legless lizard. They essentially look just exactly like this, except they don't have legs.
There's a picture in the book.
Is there a picture? Yeah, they're really cool. And they will bite you too. They bite worse than snakes do sometimes.
The skink?
Huh?
The skinks bite?
Oh, yeah, skinks will bite. Everything, I tell people, somebody walked up to me one time and was like, oh, does your dog bite? I go, does he have a mouth? Yeah, well, he can bite. I don't know if he's gonna bite you or not. He's never bitten me, but they all have a mind of their own. Snakes, they lack eyelids and external ears. So with the lizards, they have external ears. You see on the picture here, you see the external ear right here. They have eyelids. Yes, lizards can close their eyes and open their eyes. Snakes, on the other hand, they lack the eyelids and external ears. They're the ones that have the specialized elongated quadrate bone. And venom. Venom is, snakes have mastered the art of venom. About 2,900 species worldwide, including the Arctic Circle in Scandinavia, all the way into Australia. Australia has the 10 most venomous snakes on Earth. We have one that comes into comparison with Australian snakes, and that is the green Mojave rattlesnake that you find in Arizona. Their venom is almost as potent as the inland taipan, which we'll go into later. 4 families in the Houston area. Besides saying anole, the best way to peeve off a herpetologist is to say the snake is poisonous. No, it's not poisonous. There is actually a snake that is poisonous, and it gets its toxin from eating poison arrow dart frogs. So if they eat which is kind of interesting because the theory or the idea is the frogs eat insects that eats plants that have toxin. So the insects get the toxin from the plant. The frog gets the toxin from the insects that it eats, and the snake gets the toxins from the frogs it eats. If you have dart frogs or poison arrow frogs and they're in captivity, they're not poisonous because they have to ingest the insects that eat the plants that make them that make them poisonous. I just tell people, look at it this way. If you bite it and die, it's poisonous. If it bites you and you die, it's venomous. Venom. So what is the purpose of venom? Well, in snakes, the purpose of venom, first and foremost, is prey acquisition. That's how they eat. That's how they stop their prey. Digestion. A lot of snake venoms are hematoxins, which will break down blood and muscle tissue, and defense against predators. But the majority are what are called dry bites. And these are bites where they actually do not dispense any venom in the bite. So it's a defensive strike without getting rid of venom. Stop and think about it. It takes a lot of energy to create venom. So why would you waste it on something you know you're not going to eat? A snake knows it's not going to eat you. So what would be the purpose if you pick it up to bite you and inject venom? You put it back down and a nice juicy rat runs by and it has no venom to catch that, to stop the prey. These are the different types of venom that you can find with snakes. Venom is actually really fascinating thing. When I actually first started school, I started.
Hey.
Yes.
Dad, tell you, y'all actually tied 8-8. They just sent a message out, and they just sent out a message that said that they forgot y'all had a runner on third when someone hit a home run. And so y'all actually ended the game tied. Did you see the messages? They had a scoring error. They were tied 8-8. They.
All right. So
Congratulations.
Right. So, it was like you're tied 8-8. It's like, man, is there another herpetologist somewhere else? No, we're tied. Yes. This is where I'm going to go. I'm going to take the lead. And when I started school, I actually started in biotechnology with an emphasis in studying venom. Venom it's weird. Venom is one of the weirdest structures on Earth. It is a complex combination of proteins and peptides to a point to where we cannot recreate them. We have no clue how to recreate them. As a matter of fact, if you go to something that's called Profab, it's called an antivenin, V-E-N-I-N, not venom. It's not anti-venom, it's antivenin. It is actually extracted from snakes because we cannot, at this point, reproduce snake venom. So we really have to harvest venom from snakes in order to use it. There's a lot of promising research going on with copperheads and treatment of breast cancer with venom. Again, at the same time, it's very difficult. We cannot synthesize venoms, so you actually have to extract the venom from the snakes in order to use it. Quick little thing about the process of the transport of venom. You have a venom gland, which is surrounded by a compressor muscle. They are able to control this muscle, so they can put out as much venom or least amount or however much venom they want. It is not true. If the question is asked, you've always heard, oh, I'd rather be bit by an adult snake than a juvenile snake, because juvenile snakes don't know how to control it. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. If I had a juvenile Western Diamondback over here who had a venom gland that could hold, 0.3 micrograms of venom, bite me, as opposed to a full-grown Western Diamondback whose venom gland holds, 320 micrograms of venom, I'd much rather be bit by 0.03 micrograms of venom than 200, 200 plus. So, no, the whole idea of them not being able to control their expression of venom is just simply not true. Here we see the venom gland is here. You see the constrictor muscle, venom gland muscle is being removed. Here you see the complete venom gland. This is the constrictor muscle here. This is just connective tissue on the area. This is what the venom gland, the accessory venom gland is up here, and then the fang. We typically think of venoms with two families. That is the Elapidae and the Viperidae here in the US. Those are the two that we think of having venom. That's not necessarily true. The colubrid, which makes up just about every other snake that we have here. There is a primitive, there's two thoughts on it. One is it's just a modified saliva. The other is it's a primitive venom gland. And we do have what typically are looked at as non-venomous snakes here that are actually venomous. The eastern hognose is actually venomous. It does have the urinoid gland. It will strike and can inject venom. It mainly affects their main source of food, which are toads. So it's much more of an amphibia toxin than it's going to be to people. The other is the Gulf Coast ribbon snake. So the little snake that you see is about this long, has the bright yellow or green stripes down its back. Yeah, it's actually venomous. But it's nothing that's going to hurt people unless you are, if you're allergic to the venom, then it can. A friend of mine who's a herpetologist, he gets bit by one and his hand will swell up. All right. Going on with venom, anybody aware of what's LD50? All right.
What is the LD50?
Yes. No, I was just asking if everybody knows what LD50 is. LD50 is, LD means the lethal dose. The 50 is the lethal dose that it takes to kill 50% of a test subject. So if it's this room, it would be the LD50 with how much toxin it would take to kill half of the people in this room. Here are some numbers. Everything pretty much has an LD50. Chug 6 liters of water will kill 50% of the people in this room. 240 milliliters of caffeine would kill half the people in this room. 13 shots of alcohol would kill y'all. It would get me started. But everything has an LD50. So let's look at some, yes.
Who does the test to find out what the LD50 is?
Good question.
Yeah, like,
Just
You ever meet somebody and you're like, hey,
yeah.
I'm doing this test on venom.
Have you heard of the kids that it's like a fraternity initiation where they chug a gallon of water and they're dead like, an hour later? Yeah, it's because of that. It's because of that.
how many Tide Pods?
How many Tide Pods? What's an LD50 of a Tide Pod? That's a good question. But in this case, in the case of snakes, the test subject are primarily rodents.
10 minutes.
Right. So, or primarily rodents. So we took, I looked up 5 snakes that we would have, that you could find in this area to figure out what the, basically how much venom it would take to kill half of the people in this room. Number 1 in the world is the inland taipan, which you don't have to worry, it's not here, it's in Australia. But I took timber rattlesnake, western diamondback, pygmy rattlesnake, copperhead, and cottonmouth.
And you all remember your stoichiometry in chemistry class?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
I'm taking that was sarcastic. All right, so if we take 75 kilograms, which we're gonna take that as the average weight of a person, which is around 150 pounds. You multiply that by 1 milligram per kilogram, 0.75 milligrams. 0.75 milligrams of venom it would take to kill half the people in this room by inland taipan.
Okay.
That's
so they do
like
it
2 or
that way.
3, yeah, that's like a couple of drops, 2 or 3 drops,
And
right?
how much is in each bite?
Oh, inland taipan can hold much, much higher than 0.75 milligrams. Inland taipan, you're probably looking at, thinking of the size of the snake, I don't know this for sure, but looking at the size of the snake, you could look at 1,500, 2,000 milligrams, probably.
Okay, so you're just at.
Yeah. Timber rattlesnake,
Oh, wait, so they measure it by weight and not by volume? Like, it's not a milliliter, it's a milligram?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Timber rattlesnake, 3.1 milligrams per kilogram to kill 50% of the people in, it's LD50. To kill 50% of the people, 232.5 milligrams. Yeah, it's kind of like thinking about when you take a pill, your pill is measured in milligrams. Yeah, it's the same idea. A milligram is
About a milliliter for what?
1,000 milligrams. 1,000 milligrams is
It's a gram.
a gram of water.
Yeah.
So, so you're looking at 2,000 something milligrams of cc. So 1 cubic centimeter is like 2,000 some, I can't remember the exact number, but it's, none of these actually equal a cc so far. And with cottonmouth, the most hated and maligned snake in the world, I think. Everybody has a story about their cousin's wife's brothers, sisters, cousins, nieces, nephews, daughter that fell off a boat into a ball of mating water moccasins and was bit to death. Or I love the one of their daughter was chased down the road by a cottonmouth. Cottonmouths don't chase you. I've tried to get them to chase me. But you're looking at 1,935 milligrams. So you're looking at right at a cc. I had them in little vials and I used to pass them around, but I couldn't find my vials this morning. So basically,
In the nature center over here.
we'll see if we can get it to chase you.
Not me, you said you don't experience that.
I used to have them in little vials and I'd pass them around so you could see. These little vials were about a cc, and inland taipan were a few drops down at the bottom. The timber rattlesnake was about that much, and the cottonmouth was about halfway up. All right, what good are snakes? I get that a lot. What good are they? Just chop their heads off. Just kill them. They are the #1 controller of rodents in the world. These are diseases that you can get from rodents, either directly or indirectly. I like to keep this one up here, plague, especially now that we're going through this pandemic. Yes, the plague still exists. So these are, this is, and trust me, this is not sponsored by the New Mexico Board of Tourism. Yes, plague still exists. And there are people that still get plague to this day. So yes, it is still around. And I just wonder, Chicago? You have to, yeah, that's the case. He had just actually gotten back from a hiking trip. Yeah.
I'm gonna go there part of the year.
It's that whole, you know, when you're doing statistics and stuff, that's the outlier.
That's a different kind of rat.
Yeah, a different one.
Bit more afraid of.
Yeah.
These are the diseases that you get from snakes. 2. And these are mainly from husbandry. So these are mainly from pet stores or people that keep herps that don't keep them clean. This is the mycobacteriosis, salmonella exists on every surface. Salmonella exists on your skin. Salmonella exists on reptiles. A lot of reptiles too, snakes, that when you pick them up, they will, what's called musking. They're just crapping on you, you know? And so, if you look at these two, and these two diseases, you have to transmit from the snake to yourself or the reptile to yourself. So my advice is don't lick a snake. As long as you don't lick it, you'll be perfectly fine. Don't pick up a snake, and if it craps on you, then lick your fingers. Go and wash your hands. If you're keeping snakes, keep them clean. It's like any other animal. You know, keep them clean. If you have a snake, you feed it, it sheds, it poops, clean the poop. You know, it's pretty simple. Colubridae, we're gonna go through these really quick. Colubridae is the largest family of snakes that we have in North America, and arguably the largest in the world. They are the most common here. They're mostly non-venomous or mildly venomous. They're constrictors, all except, there is one exception, and that is the coach whip. The eastern coach whip isn't a constrictor. It'll actually bite its prey, hold on to it, and it'll beat it up against a rock or beat it up against the ground. Interesting snake. These are the most common that you're going to find in the Houston area. These are the colubrids that you can find in the Gulf Coast, Upper Gulf Coast, Harris, Montgomery County area. And this is what I tell people all the time. It's like, well, how do I know if it's a venomous snake? No, excuse me. How do I know if it's a poisonous snake or not? And then I say, well, it's venom. None of them are poisonous. And then like, look at you. Well, okay, I'm not going to get into that. But we have 4, possibly 5 venomous snakes in this area. Learn those 4 or those 5, which are very easy to distinguish. You don't have to worry about all of these. Learn those 4. For Montgomery County, learn these 4. Learn timber rattlesnake, copperhead, coral, and cottonmouth. Learn those and you're good, because none of these are them. You will be surprised how many times people swear to me that a Texas rat snake is a copperhead. Copperhead's about this long. Copperhead's salmon color, brown. Texas rat snake is this long and it's gray. How can you make that mistake? Other family that you're going to find here is Viperidae. These are the 6 that you could possibly find. I give this talk basically over the upper Gulf Coast, even down further south and west of here. So I have included the western Massasauga, which you're not going to find here, but you would find in more southern and western regions of here. So if you're looking at, you're going south of Brazoria County, western Massasauga can be found in those areas. But in here, southern copperhead, eastern cottonmouth, western diamondback, and pygmy rattlesnake, timber rattlesnake. Pygmy rattlesnake you'll find here. The only ones I've ever seen in the wild have been in Sam Houston. Pygmy rattlesnake's about this long. Will be tiny things. But the Massasauga is actually smaller than the pygmy. So I'm trying to understand how the pygmy got called a pygmy, and then the western mouth is something way smaller. If you see a pygmy, I don't usually even talk about pygmy rattlesnakes in identification, because if you see one, consider yourself damn lucky. They're hard to find. About 12 inches long or so. They're kind of this corally pink color, little spots along their back. Really neat little snake. Most common ones you're going to see around here are the copperhead. You notice the little Hershey kiss markings on it. It is in the genus Echistrodon, and its cousin, the cottonmouth, which is also in the genus Echistrodon. They are very distinguishable. Anybody that says they can't tell a difference just isn't looking. And it's the same with cottonmouth and water snakes. There is a distinct difference. And if you just stop for a little while and try to figure out and learn what that distinct difference is, you'll be able to tell. I can tell you the difference between a water snake and a cottonmouth from here to the back of the room. And anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. If I can learn it, anybody can learn it. Timber rattlesnake. Timber rattlesnake used to be a protected species in the state of Texas. It has been removed from the protected status. It's been removed from the threatened status. It is still protected, but it's removed from the threatened status. You're going to find this really kind of along creeks. A lot of times you're going to find them along creek beds. They're also known as canebrake rattlesnakes because you find them a lot in canebrake areas. And the western diamondback, which you're not going to really see here. Going to Galveston, you go east of here to the coast, you'll find it. Or if you go west, you'll start finding it picking up, like I said, around Giddings, that area, and west of there. Elapidae, that is 325 species in 325 species in Houston. Damn. Recognized worldwide, we have one in Houston. These are the cobra and sea snakes and crates. Does anybody know what our local cobra is? Texas coral snake. Yes, the Texas coral snake is in the cobra family. Actually, it's more closely related to the crate, which is the sea snake. But yes, it's our little cobra. Leptotypelophidae. Those are the blind snakes or the thread snakes. 87 species worldwide, 4 species in Texas, 1 in the Houston area. They are fossorial, so they're a snake that is totally subterranean. Whereas like coral snake is a leaf litter snake, you're going to find it in leaf litter. The Louisiana milk snake, which is always heard the red touch yellow kill a fellow thing. Well, that's not necessarily true. The Louisiana milk snake is a leaf litter snake too. You're going to find it in leaf litter. These are not necessarily leaf litter, but you're going to find them actually subterranean. Some people think that they are a weird little earthworm. If they find them digging in their flower garden or moving mulch around in their flower garden, you can actually find it. That's full grown.
Okay, so I've thought they're little other different kind of worms.
Huh?
I have thought they're different kind of worms.
Yeah, these are, the way that you can tell, they have a very blunt tail and they have a little eye spot.
And they eat ants.
They eat ants and termites.
Good.
Yes. Okay, let's run over really quick some common myths for identification. If it's in the water, it's a cottonmouth. True or false?
False.
False. These are all the different water snakes that we have in the area. If it has a triangular head, it's venomous.
False.
False. This is a water snake. Look at that. He's kind of prefers to flatten his head out. This is coral snake. That doesn't look very triangular to me. Red touch yellow killifellow. Yes or no? True or false?
Only just don't kill them.
I like this one because the first one, everybody's like, no, no. And this one, they're like, oh, red touch yellow killer fella. False. That's a Texas coral snake. These are all wild caught. That's a Texas coral snake. That's an Eastern. Another Texas coral snake.
What, they have different, color?
Yeah. there's
Variations
different-
in the color?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They're all different species? They're different species?
Yeah, they're all the same species. They're all Texas coral snake. Just remember, you know, if you don't know what it is, just leave it alone. I've been really tempted to trade this one for the Will Smith. Really, I was so tempted. I'm like, man, maybe it's too early. I should wait till the next class to do that. I'm sorry, I really tempted. All right, and to sum this all up very quick, let's talk about our one and only crocodilia that we have in Southeast Texas. That is the American alligator. This is the range of the American alligator. Mostly it's going to be confined to East Texas. Yes, we have alligators here. People ask me, where are you going to find alligators here? My response to it is, anywhere there's water, you will find an alligator. And well, how's the best way to find an alligator? Get your poodle and let him drink at the edge of the water anytime between April, May, and June, and you'll probably find one. No, don't do that. I can see somebody going out and doing that. I'd like to find a way to catch alligators. Because it is illegal to feed alligators, just so you know. They are, of course, ectothermic. They go in, they have, and reptiles in general, they do something that's called torpor or brumation as opposed to hibernation. So it's much more of, instead of going into this deep extended sleep, they just kind of couch potato it for a while and just hang out. Because alligators will sit in the water, but they can't really hibernate because every once in a while they have to raise their head up and take a breath or two and put their head back down. I've seen them lay in one spot for so long that sediment builds up on top of it. And then especially the way it is here, it can be February and it'll warm up to 80 degrees. And so they're like, ooh, good opportunity. And they'll crawl out of the water or raise their back up out of the water. Adults range from 8 feet to 14. Average size about 7 foot, sexual maturity about 5.5, lifespan 35 to 45 years. Male alligators grow faster than females. Typically, they will grow throughout their entire life, but they really start growing lengthwise. They're kind of like us. They'll grow lengthwise for a certain amount of time, then they'll start growing this way for a certain amount of time. So they'll grow to a certain length, but they will continue growing throughout their whole life, and they will continue to grow in length also. Males may reach about 14 feet. Females seldom reach about 9 feet. They're usually less than 10 feet. State record for Texas is 14.4. The US record, and I think they just had really short rulers back in the 18 somethings, but it was 19.2 is the US record. I don't buy that. I'm sorry, I don't. Maybe, I think Bigfoot was riding the back of it with a chupacabra leash. I just don't think it's so. Now you should be hearing bellowing, but you're not, because apparently we're not hooked up to speakers. So right now you should be hearing a bellowing. It's a mating call of alligators. So if you're around here somewhere and you hear this noise coming from the water, it's likely alligators. Juveniles, babies, 15 to 50 eggs per nest. They're nesting this time of year. This is breeding season and nesting that they will hatch typically by the first couple of weeks of August. all the nests have pretty much hatched by about the second week of August. They grow about 6 to 12 inches a year until they're about 4 feet long, and then their growth slows down, but they will continue to grow throughout their life. This is a very, very newly born hatchling. You can still see there's a little bit of eggshell still left on it. That's one of those depth perception tricks. He looks a lot bigger than what he actually is. And that's because somebody said, you know, oh, I want to take a picture. So I held it out like this. So the camera's like right here. And so he's not nearly, he's only about this long. But if you look at this picture, he looks like he's, you know, a good foot long, but no, he's actually only about 8 inches long, 6, 8 inches long. Little bitty guy. And at this point, you're going to hear him chucking. You'll hear juveniles chucking. They do that as they're about to hatch. The females will come up, start digging them out, and she'll carry each one of them down into the water. They will stick around with the female for upwards of 6 months to a year after hatching. And they make this little chucking sound. So if you're around the edge of the water, you hear whoop, 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 whoop. It's likely baby gators, and I would back up at that point because the females do protect the hatchlings. And that does it for me. Any questions?
How long can an alligator stay underwater?
They've been recorded up to 20, anywhere from about 20 to 45 minutes.
Right? There's still some, my time has been in this short.
They are protected, but you can get hunting license.
There's a computer guy.
Yeah, you can get hunting license.
Yeah, they don't sell it. Well, I haven't had time for a presentation.
Yeah, they are protected in the fact that they are considered a game species.
Are you gonna be here till?
If anyone here honestly interested in the coyote thing, because I do have to go, I can. I'll just leave some of my cards
Thank you.
here, so anyone interested. You don't mind sharing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes, absolutely. All right, thank you.
No, you're not.
Right, anything, send me an email, you give me a call, you can send with Diana.
Good, I'll need to go.
You go to Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Yeah.
Y'all take care, have a good weekend.
Hey.
Yeah, thanks.
Let me see what time it is right now. Pick up in about 12:30.
Hey, Amanda, be careful. You keep turning your speaker on. I just put it in.
We got, but still, take till 5:31, whatever.
Yeah. Go eat a banana. You just have to filter that.
We're not. We'll get going in about 5 minutes. I thought you were 11:30. I am so sorry. Can you go to the foster? Yeah. You want to go? I'm gonna go to 12:30. Okay. Right. Okay. If we only have until 12:30, then I can skip that. That's not enough time. Okay. I'm messed up. I thought it was 11:30. I am so sorry. It's okay. Okay. You need to get her story ever. And I'll put that. And I. Yeah. No, I do next month. I already did, but actually. I didn't even really take time to him because I knew that. Okay, well, you're done by so I funded for that reason. And I can't. That's not how. It's okay. I'll figure it out. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's not large, it's not, let me see. Oh, this one, I wonder if this one is hers. No, one of, that's yours, yeah, this one is for the clicker. Yeah, she pulled it out. You're right, maybe she set it down.
Yeah.
Where she might have set it down. But I asked her before she left, I said, are you sure you have your?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said, black and white. I didn't really want to have it.
Flash drive?
I saw her grab it.
If, when you're cleaning up, I get one that's like black and a little white.
Yeah.
Here. Cool, thanks. Bye again.
You got it? Perfect.
Sorry, hold on here. Just buzz.
Thank you.
Thank you. No. Okay, so I'm gonna start rolling. Snack time. I'm totally okay with that. I teach kids, so I'm okay with the munching. But technically I only have like 40 minutes or so. If you guys have to leave at 12:30, totally okay with it. I'm probably gonna go over, hopefully not by a lot. I want to be cognizant of y'all's time. But I'm Adrienne Paquette, and I am the secretary for Heartwood. I'm also the public outreach coordinator and the junior master naturalist co-chair. So I saw y'all last week. I didn't know y'all were gonna be like back to back here. Didn't realize that was y'all until I left, and then I've been like, hey, look. But I was going to teach our master naturalist, our junior master naturalist, our junior. So if you're interested in the junior master naturalist program, we're starting to sign up for that for the next year. For starting in August, we go August, September, October, November, January, February, March, April, May, June. We have 10
When do they have to be 9 by?
When do they have to be what?
When do they have to be 9?
9 to 13 this year, next year. That's probably fine. I'm gonna trust you to make those. Yeah, I'm not super strict on it. It's like, this is about the age range I would like them to be.
She's been asking me to do it, but she's 8.
Oh, when is she turning 9? We'll talk about that later. Yeah, okay. For my work, I work for the Texas Wildlife Association, and my job is a conservation educator. My background is in animal science and ecology. So I like to say I started out with the domestic stuff and then decided I want to go a little more wild. So I have some skulls with me today. We're just talking about mammals, and Diana talked about what, laws, ethics?
No, she talked about.
That was Kelly.
Urban systems.
Thank you.
Urban
Urban
systems. Kelly
systems.
did too.
Okay.
He did the laws and then he did the.
Okay, cool. So I'm trying to figure out what to skip over here. But I'd like to talk first about tracks and signs. So if you're walking out on a trail, maybe you're cleaning up the trail, maybe you're doing invasive removal, or maybe you're like hiking and looking for stuff. Here are some things that will help you kind of guide you in the right direction for finding things, the best way to do this. So we're going to talk about, we're going to kind of skim over some of this stuff, but as best we can. When and where to find signs, common tracks and scat, stalking and posting. It's less creepy than it sounds, just stick with me. Other signs of animals and weather. So starting with when and where to find things. Here's our vocabulary word for today. Ecotones. Where do I have to stand?
Anywhere the L will follow you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna add you so I can be loud enough, hopefully, for them. Is this loud enough for them?
Can you?
Bobby,
I can ask.
you let me know if I'm not loud enough or close enough. I just forgot. So ecotones is a place, I like to think of like the in-betweens. So it could be, a lot of times when you think of ecotones, it's like in between ecosystems. So here we have kind of a prairie ecosystem. Here's kind of a forest ecosystem. You're going to find most signs of wildlife in the middle because the forest animals will be venturing out but staying within the cover. The prairie animals will be going towards the cover but staying within their comfort zone. So you'll find them kind of right in the middle. It's also not just physical boundaries, but times. So times of day. So think about like here in Texas, it's way too hot in the middle of the day. So you're going to find a lot of things right in the evening or at dawn and dusk. The seasons, spring and fall.
right? You have a lot of migration going on. In spring, you have everything blooming, everyone's taking advantage of the food. In autumn, everyone is trying to hoard as much food as they possibly can for the winter, right? So these are the times when you're most likely to be finding something.
Yep.
After rain or snow, you're gonna have more wet areas where things will often either track through or go down to get the water. We'll look at some common tracks here in a little bit that you're likely to find in these places, but this is not just like lakes, but also puddles. So watch out for those as you're walking around. Near water and trail crossings. So Kelly might have talked about this, but if you're gonna do the coyote project, if you're looking for coyote scat, they like to mark places where a lot of things are going crisscross. So right on those trail crossings is where to look for that coyote scat. Okay, so common types of animal tracks. I'm going to talk about not only the size and shape of footprints, but also the gaits and the way that they walk. So I like to kind of split into 4 categories here, the types of feet that you'll find, if this helps to kind of categorize them a little bit better. So hooves, most likely deer or hogs. In pastured areas, maybe you got to think about cattle roaming through or horses or something else. But horses are going to have 1 hoof. Our two-toed ungulates, another fun vocabulary word today, ungulates, are hooved animals. The deer have kind of like pointy, like they always point in the direction that they're going. Whereas the hogs are typically more rounded, and more often you're going to see the dew claws here. Our 4 toes, front and hind, would be dogs, cats, and rabbits. So we'll talk more about these here in a minute. I'm just going to kind of skip through. So 5 toes, front and hind, skunks, opossums, raccoons, and beavers. Okay. Yeah. So that's like, it looks like a hand, right? Think about it, it looks like a hand. 4 toes front, 5 toes hind, most rodents. But I have to say most rodents and not all rodents, because which of these other animals that we talk about is a rodent? The beaver, yes. Good, so that was in another category there. So 4 toes front, 5 toes hind, most rodents. Yes?
Where do river otters fall?
River otters are an order carnivora. They should probably 5 toes front and hind, if I'm not mistaken. Nutria are like beavers, yes. All right, so common gaits. Looking at cats and foxes, they walk in register, meaning their back foot exactly replicates their front foot. It goes right where their front foot was. This is more gray foxes than red foxes. They may know why. Any guesses? So what does a cat do that dogs typically don't do? What can a cat physically do that dogs don't do? Climb. Gray foxes are one of the only members of the canine family that can climb trees. So this can be an advantage in our tree climbers to walk in register, because they know that where their front foot was is a safe place to go, right? You can check out, like when you're climbing a tree, that's one of the safe ways to do that, is check front and then put your back foot directly where that front foot was. They figured it out. And for deer, sometimes it's going to be very similar. But all 3 of these, you'll notice, are diagonal, right? They walk like we do, like this. For coyotes and most other kind of dogs, even like our pets, they're going to be, their back foot kind of covers over their front foot. So they might, like their front foot goes and then their back foot either walks, depending on how fast they're walking, directly behind or directly in front. They're not climbing anything, so they don't have to worry about covering the tracks. For tree dweller versus ground dweller, again, this is kind of the same idea of like a tree dweller. They're going to need to, the way that they hold things or the way that they move will dictate like how well they can climb something and actually stay in the tree without falling out. Have you ever seen a squirrel fall out of a tree?
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of terrifying because you're like, I would never expected this squirrel to fall out of the tree because they're so good at climbing. So they're typically going to have their front feet are right next to each other, and their back feet they're going to push off the front foot, and they're going to land with their back feet kind of right next to their front feet. For ground dwellers, it's more of a loping gait. where they end up with their back feet in front of their front feet, and their front feet are more diagonal instead of side by side. Okay, so talking about like the size of the gait and also more specifically kind of groups of animals. For our Canidae group, our dog type group, we see claws here, right? So if you're tracking a coyote, you should see claws in there because again, like dogs, like their claws don't retract. Our gray fox is kind of an exception to this. They have semi-retractable claws. So it keeps them just sharp enough so they can climb those trees. I think it's interesting because it's the opposite in cats. Like this is one of the only members of the canine family that can climb trees and their claws are semi-retractable so they can do so. But in cats, most cats are fully retractable, except for which type of cat does not climb trees as an adult?
Lion.
No, lions climb trees.
Oxen?
A what?
Cheetah.
Cheetah. Cheetahs use their semi-retractable claws as cleats for running. So anyway, backwards. Our scat, I'm sure Kelly kind of covered the scat. Yes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He for the told us about it, but he didn't show any pictures.
Awesome. So coyotes are going to look similar to like your dog. They will be segmented. They often taper off. You'll probably find hair in it. Foxes and all members of the canine family are technically omnivores. So, but in foxes, you're more likely to find some more vegetation evidence there. So like a lot more berries, especially in the springtime. If you're walking around and you find the dewberries, right? You'll see more of that in there. In the summertime, you'll find more grape skins. They'll be in our box. But again, it tapers off, looks very similar to our dog's poop, about the same size as like a husky or German shepherd's poop. Felidae, so our cats. This would be bobcat and mountain lion. I've never come across a mountain lion, but I've seen plenty of bobcats. It's amazing the difference in size. Bobcats are, a lot of times when people see them, they're like, I didn't know they were so small. It's like just a little bit bigger than my house cat. Some people have very large house cats though. But you'll see the lack of the claws there, right? Very distinctly lack of claws. Sometimes this can get a little tricky when the ground is more wet or more dry. So you just have to use your best judgment. If you follow the tracks, you may find a better one somewhere else. Don't stick to one track. For our Felidae, those are complete carnivores. They have to have, like at least 90% of their diet has to be meat. So you're very unlikely to see any sort of vegetation in there, which means it's going to be much more uniform. It's going to look more like the consistency oftentimes of our dog poop, which is very uniform. It doesn't have hair in it, or most likely shouldn't. So here's our bobcat scat. And these are more segmented almost than the coyote, right? There's less of a distinct taper. They're more like little lumps. If anybody has a cat, that's like that, but bigger. Raccoons are wily little fellows. A lot of times people think of raccoons as like having hands exactly like ours. Not quite. So their thumbs are not opposable like ours are. They are still like flat paws. So you see when they like carry something, they still grab it like this, like they're little toddlers. And they act like them too. They're gonna be very messy. We'll look at the scat here in a second. But their front and their back foot can look very similar. The rear paw is gonna be just elongated. But again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 front and back. Their scat is a mess. And a lot of times there will be kind of little piles, or maybe it's gonna be spread out a little bit because sometimes there will be more than one, right? A lot of times they're like little, they like to travel in little hordes of, I don't know, what do you call like a shenanigan group? Like a little bachelor party. And they just make a mess everywhere. So it's gonna look very similar probably to the fox poop, but a little less neat, if that makes sense. Opossums, they have an opposable thumb. It's gonna be on the back foot, and that's to help them climb. They're real dumb. I love them, but they're dumb. So they like have a lot of things to help them keep them from falling out of the tree. They also have that tail, which may be evident in some of the tracks you see. So you may actually see a tail drag sometimes in an opossum track. So if we're like, what is this line going through here? There's a snake following an opossum. It's probably just the tail. But again, so we have our 5 toes front, 5 toes hind, but very distinctly different from the raccoon little paw. Our squirrels, they're obviously going to be much smaller feet here. But we have 4 toes, 5 toes, our little rodent. We talked about their tracks again. Can keep moving here. Skunks. If you see one going this way, you just like turn around, go the other way typically. You'll probably, I don't know, you might smell them. Now here's a funny thing about skunks. They don't walk around being smelly. They just spray and they leave. If you think you smell a skunk, it might not be a skunk. It might be a fox. They are very smelly and they just emit the stench constantly, and it smells a lot like a skunk because it's the same way. But we have our 5 toes front, 5 toes hind. They're more like badgers, kind of, with those really long. They're not in the same family. They're Mustidae. Badgers, or sorry, they're Mephitis. Badgers are Mustidae, but they still have like the very long claws for digging in the ground. Water birds, if you're on the shore of a creek or a river or a lake, just a few things to kind of notice here. For our wading birds, they won't have the webbed toes, right? Because they're not, so that might, sometimes they confuse people like, what kind of bird lives in the water that doesn't have webbed toes? They're also going to be much larger, but just something to keep in mind, webbed versus not webbed. Moving on. Hoofed animals, again, our deer are very pointy, and you will see the dew claws if they're running or going through deep mud. The hogs, you pretty much always see those dew claws. They come down a little bit farther, but again, they have they're much more circular versus the very oval shape of the deer. Another thing you'll notice with the hogs, though, is that they're not very careful with their area, and it's typically going to be rooted up all over the place. So that's another good clue. Yes?
On the deer, do both the male and female have the 2 at the back?
Yes. Yes. All right. So quiz time. What is number 1? Raccoon. Number 2? Deer. Number 3?
Wading bird.
A wading bird. Number 4? Maybe duck. Number 5? Long claws. Skunk. Number 6? A dog of some sort. They have kind of elongated toes versus number 7, which is a cat, very round toes, no claws. And number 8? Hog. Yeah. Okay. So stalking and posting. So if you are wanting to see animals and you're trying to figure out a way to do so, stalking involves kind of what it sounds like, following something. And a lot of times birders do this. We try to follow them without making noises. There are a few tips here for this, but also, so to differentiate, posting would be staying still and waiting for things to appear in a way. So here are a few tips here. Be an observer, not be observed, including so avoid wearing solid colored clothing. So a lot of animals aren't going to be super disturbed by even bright colors necessarily. The biggest thing is that it's not a solid color. You break it up into patterns like plaid or camouflage. I mean, think about that, right? You don't have to wear camouflage. But like this shirt that you're wearing would be a much better shirt for stalking and posting than this shirt, which has a lot more solid on it. Right. The white. Yes, yeah. White is typically very visible. Hide in plain sight. So don't do this. This means, so if you are peeking out from behind a tree, you're much more noticeable than if you stand with your back to the tree, right? Because then you're kind of a part of the visual line. Hide in plain sight. Oh, I did that. Back here. So use a stalker's walk. You can practice this on your own. And this is great for, like, don't do it to people. I mean, like, try sneaking up on your pet, maybe. So if you think about like our normal walking, we have the kind of heel toe, and we're very loud and obnoxious. And you will be heard and smelt and seen way before you know the animals are there. So the best way to do this, if you think about keeping your center of gravity up and down, and you'll want to place your foot where the heel touches the ground first, but at all points until this foot is firmly on the ground, my weight is on this back foot. Instead of flapping my foot down, I'm gonna roll my foot on the outside until my foot is firmly down. And then I can put my weight here, and at any point during this walk, I can stop, I can freeze, right? Whereas if we're normally walking and I have to freeze, I have to put my other foot down, I have to make some sort of sudden motion. Whereas a stalker's walk, at any point in time, I can stop. Does that make sense? All right, hide your scent. I think maybe just be aware of your scent. I mean, you can go so far as like taking whatever camping clothes you have and putting them in a bag of leaves or sticks or whatever, hang out by a campfire for a little bit and then just not cleaning the clothes. Whatever you want to do, that's fine. For me, it's like, be aware of, lotions or sunscreen. Your scent is going to be very apparent to everything in the wild. Using your senses. So sight. So we have eyes that are adapted for great colors, like seeing colors really well. But we have, of course, two different cells in our eyes, cones and rods. Cones are for colors, rods are for shapes. When you are walking around during those ecotones, and it's a little low on light, we need to use our rods more than our cones a lot of times. Our rods are situated on the outside of our eyes. So this means if you are trying to look at something, if you look not directly at it, but to the side, your rods will pick up that shape a little bit easier. So if you're like, I think there's an owl around here somewhere, try to unfocus your vision, don't look straight at it, try to move around to where you can see the shape a little bit better by unfocusing your eyes and looking a little bit more, using those rods a little bit better. Smell, sometimes people will like take water and wet their nose. If you want to use your sense of smell a little bit better, like a dog's nose. If you're this is just something to kind of keep in mind as you're walking through different ecosystems, notice how they smell different. So if you're walking around, you're like, smells like cottonwoods or willow trees. Maybe we're getting close to the water, right? And hearing, if you're not a birder, you should pay attention to the birds. They will tell you a lot. So chickadees, for example, they're called chickadees because they go chickadee. The longer the D is, the closer our predator is. And back in the Prohibition, people would use this. So they would have like, they would have their setup in the middle of the woods making moonshine. And the police would come up to the moonshine operation, and it was recently abandoned, and they could not figure out how these people were leaving before they got there. It was because they were paying attention to the birds like the chickadees. They were giving them hints, like somebody else is coming. Red-winged blackbirds, they do the kirk-chee kind of sound. That was horrible, but you know what I mean. They're always going to be around water, pretty much. So if you're like thirsty out in the middle of nowhere and you're like, I need to find water to find my way back to civilization or whatever, you may hear a blackbird, and that may help you. So learning these kind of familiar sounds and connecting it to different ecosystems or different times or habitats or something will help you kind of make those connections a little bit better. Talk more about that later. Other animals, signs. So trails and slides. These are like little trails that are obviously not from people. They're going to be very small, probably overgrown. Do be aware if you want to go down one of these, you will have to pick takes off yourself later on. A lot of times they're used by deer going back and forth to like a water source. Scratches on trees. You might find if they're lower, it's probably going to be something like a bobcat. If it's up higher, it might be a deer rubbing off their antlers. Fur and feathers. This may have been a disaster for an animal at some point, or somebody's shedding or molting or something else. On a note on this, be aware that it is illegal to keep bird feathers. Okay, we know this. It is against federal law. I have to say it to discourage it. Eggshells, same thing here. Don't collect these. Take pictures. That's awesome. Put it on iNaturalist, but just leave them alone. Different birds have different eggshells. You're probably not going to find the eggshell underneath the nest because birds will typically carry it somewhere else. to make it not so obvious to predators that there's a nest right there with very vulnerable little baby birds. The nests themselves. So different birds and different animals make different kinds of nests. This one is not from a bird, so you may notice this. Squirrel. So squirrels typically have 2 homes. They're very fancy. They have a winter home and a summer home. This is their summer home called a dray. It's just like messy sticks and leaves. They can get really big. This would be great to like in the winter time. People are like, I hate going out in the winter. There's nothing to see. Nobody's here. But it's a great time to see nests because you can see through all the trees. All the deciduous ones at least. And then signs of no activity. So if anybody's like me, you like to go out first thing in the morning on a trail, you know the early bird does not necessarily get the worm, you get the face full of spider webs. So that means you're the first one there, right? So you're maybe more likely to find the coyote scat, whatever it is. It takes a long time, right, for them to build those webs. So if it's just starting to build one, it may have been disturbed more recently. Spiders, we'll talk about maybe spiders and weather. We'll talk about that. So spiders on weather, typically if it's raining or if it's going to rain, the spiders will pack it up. Spiders will eat their webs and recycle their silk. And so if you see a spider getting rid of its web or just not on a web, check the weather. If it's currently raining and they're starting to rebuild a web, it's probably not going to be raining for much longer. And then, let's see, what else with spiders? Spiders are cool. Some of this though, you have to be aware of the spiders, maybe just like at your house. Like, I'm not familiar with the spiders on the trails, but I know there's always going to be a spider web in this one place. And if it's not there, right, like making those connections. Turtles. This one, and a lot of our kind of aquatic turtles in ponds and lakes that you're walking by are sliders. They're called sliders because they slide into the water, right, whenever somebody comes by. If their shell is dry, that means that they've been undisturbed for at least 10 minutes or so. Right, so it's another kind of weird one, but just something to be thinking about. Okay, I'm gonna skip that real quick. So lastly, I talked about the spiders a little bit. Our animals like squirrels, I notice this a lot in squirrels, they will be more urgent before a severe weather storm. This includes snowstorms and rainstorms. So, and any sort of severe weather. So if you notice like, wow, I've never counted this many squirrels in this one place in one time, check the weather. If you are like, wow, I can get really close to this squirrel, more close than I normally can, check the weather. It might be telling you something. Okay, so with that, do you guys have any questions or comments real quick? Yes.
The second one, I know you said you were going to skip over it, but is that because of the barometric pressure?
Typically, yeah, the insects kind of being lower. Yeah, so what he's talking about is the flying insects are more active, right? So it's typically because the barometric pressure will cause them to be a little bit lower. We don't think about insects being way high up in the sky, but they can be miles up there, but they're gonna be a lot lower before a storm, for sure. Good question. Okay, anything else? Can I exit this out?
Sure.
So it's just, well, I'm gonna stop sharing here. There we go. So it's nice and big here. So what we're going to do next is we're going to look at the skulls that I have. I'm going to do my best to show it in front of everybody's face here. Sometimes people will send me pictures of skulls. I love it. Do it, please. Sometimes people will bring me skulls like, what is it? I love that. So we're going to look at ways that you can look at some of these little pieces of evidence to learn more about the animals, but also to identify them. So all the skulls that I have here with me are from the order Mammalia, class Mammalia, rather. They're all mammals. So what kinds of things makes an animal a mammal? Hair, fur, mammary glands, why we're called mammals. Some others like no, live young, like vertebrates. We breathe air with lungs, warm-blooded or endothermic, whatever, right? So keep that in mind. This is not necessarily going to apply to other kinds of animals, some of these things. On their skulls, they will have different clues. I'm going to try to point out things that you should see on most, if not all, of the kind of animal skulls that we would find around here. So starting off with something that's pretty easy to identify. What kind of animal is this? Specifically a whitetail. I know it's a whitetail, not only because it was found here in this part of Texas, but also because mule deer will have 2 main branches, whereas the whitetail just have the one. And what are these called? Antlers. Excellent. They're not horns. Yes.
People were not allowed to take antlers out of the woods. I thought that was just like feathers.
Yeah, they're yeah, so mammals, I mean, this one was probably hunted, right? So you can hunt animals.
But if you see a antler, shouldn't you leave it there?
You can take it.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think there's any
Oh,
there's any rules against that.
Okay.
Well, you mentioned you can't take anything out of state park.
Oh, sure. But yeah, if you're like on your own property, yeah, take it. Rodents like to eat it because it's calcium. So you may find some little notches in there. Okay, so let's talk about horns really quickly, because this is an important distinction. If you're gonna be master naturalist, you gotta use the right words for stuff. If you're around me, you gotta use the right words for stuff. So antlers are solid bone. Horns are made out of keratin. It's like our fingernails, and they're hollow on the inside. So I'm gonna pass this around. So antlers are solid bone, and they will grow and fall off every year. Horns grow with that animal for their whole life. Another big distinction with horns is that typically the males and females can both grow horns. Antlers, it's usually going to be just the males. There is an exception to this. What is the type of deer where males and females grow antlers? Reindeer, caribou. And fun fact, side note, the males will lose their antlers in like November, whereas the females don't lose their antlers until the spring, oftentimes early spring. So if you see depictions of Santa, his reindeer, and they have antlers, they're females. Girl power. All right. So talking about why this animal needs antlers, right? We're thinking like form to function here. Antlers, if they fall off and regrow every year, so at some point in the year they don't have the antlers, males are the only ones with the antlers, then it's probably not for protection, which is sometimes what people typically think. So something like this, oh, it must be to protect it and keep it, like defend itself. No, it's for mating purposes. This happens a lot with dimorphic characteristics where the males and females have a different kind of character. So they think about birds are brightly colored. Typically it's going to be the males so that they can attract a mate, right? So this is for fighting with each other. The stronger male passes on healthier genetics to the next generation of deer, kind of creates a healthy population. Survival of the fittest, right? The rest of my animals don't have this stuff. So let's focus on things that we can see on all of them. Starting with their eyes. The first thing I want you guys to notice here is how big the eyes themselves are. Typically, when we see big eyes like this, it's a great clue that animal is active when it's dark. So what do we call an animal that's active at night? Nocturnal. It's not a trick question. Very good. You should all know this stuff. Nocturnal. What do we call an animal that's active during the day? Diurnal. Excellent. Typically, when they're going to have larger eyes, they're probably going to be nocturnal. I'm not saying that all nocturnal animals have big eyes, but if they have big eyes, they're probably nocturnal. Does that make sense? Not to confuse you, deer are not nocturnal, nor are they diurnal. They are crepuscular, which means they're active dawn and dusk. Well, it would also make sense for a crepuscular animal to need larger eyes, right? We also want to look at how the eyes are placed physically on the head. Do deer have eyes pointing straight forward or more to the sides? More to the sides. So is a deer a predator or prey? Prey. Right. So it would be helpful for a prey animal to have eyes pointing to the side. This gives them something called monocular vision, meaning mono, like one. They're basically processing the images separately from both sides of their skull. And it creates one big picture. It creates a very wide field of vision. Compare that to a predator like coyotes. They're going to have eyes pointing more straight forward like us. So with these eyes, we have binocular vision, and we can see distances better, which is why we use binoculars, right? So binocular vision to see distances, prey type vision, monocular vision to see wider field. I use a rhyme to help me remember this. This is what I teach kids. It goes like this. Eyes to the side need to hide. Eyes to the front need to hunt. Thank you. I didn't make it up, so I'm gonna take credit, but it's not mine. Let's talk about their sense of smell. For this one, we're looking at the length of their nose. You don't have to look up their nose. How long is it? From the end of the eye to the end of the mouth is what we're talking about. Here's our coyote. Coyotes are members of the canine family. So typically, not talking about pugs and bulldogs here, but like in general, natural looking dogs are gonna have a much longer nose, which gives them a better sense of smell because they have more surface area inside of that nose. Which is why we have police dogs, not police cats, right? Cats, well, besides like personality issues. Cats are gonna have a much shorter nose, but they're not like missing out. Like cats still use their sense of smell. We have a poor sense of smell compared to coyotes. We still use our sense of smell. So cats as well, but we know cats are more visual, which is why they have those really big eyes. These are two that are pretty easy to narrow down pretty quickly. Something with a long nose, we're gonna go towards the Canidae family. Very short nose, large eyes, we're gonna go towards the Felidae. Felines. All right. Let's talk about their teeth really quickly. And I know a lot of times we talk about like just the shape of the tooth, but I'd like to kind of go tooth by tooth, not one individual tooth by tooth, but like types of teeth. So starting out in the back here, what are these big back teeth called? Molars. Just like our molars, they're going to be on the deer, a specific shape for eating plants. Plants are really difficult to digest. So in order to break that plant matter down into smaller pieces, in order for our bodies to digest it more easily, we have to crush it down a lot. This means we have a tooth that some people describe as flat. To me, that's not the best description. As you can see, they don't look flat like a tabletop, right? So a better way to think of this is if you take your tongue, feel your molars in the back of your mouth. Can you feel that little dip in the middle? That little spot where Cheetos get stuck? You gotta dig it out with your tongue. That little kind of canoe shape is the flat part that we're talking about, okay? That groove that runs from front to back. So whenever we see that, it's a pretty good clue that animal eats plants. I like to think of teeth as a reflection of the digestive system. So you'll also notice in things that eat plants, especially that eat mostly or all plants, we have a lot of molars. Versus, coming back to our bobcat, bobcats, like your house cat, it's a carnivore. So there are only 3 molars on each quadrant of this mouth, right? An animal's digestive system is going to be much longer if you have to digest plants. Our carnivores are going to have a very short digestive system. Now, if you ever picked up a cat and you're like, oh, this cat just like seemingly doesn't end, they just get really long, you know what I'm talking about? So all that space in their body cavity there's more room in there for larger lungs and a larger heart. And if you think about like, you have to chase your prey down in order to eat, you're going to need to be really good at it. So that shorter digestive system leaves more space for them to be better at sprinting. All right. Let's talk about incisors. So those are our front teeth. And a lot of times they're kind of small, like here on the coyote. They're not really going to be great for chewing things most of the time, right? Like you might see them, if you have a dog or cat, they might groom themselves with those little teeth. They might kind of hold things with the little teeth, but again, we don't chew with them. So they may not tell us a whole lot about what they eat. There are a couple exceptions here. Our largest group of mammals is what? Rodents. There are more rodents than any other kind of mammal. So like this one, this is a beaver. So the beaver has, I'll talk about the nutria here in a second. One thing I didn't say, all of these animals are native animals to Texas, if that helps. Okay. Yes, location does matter. So if you send me a picture of an animal, you don't tell me where it's from, I'm gonna need to know that information. So yes, thank you for bringing that up. All right, so our teeth here on a rodent are gonna be really large, right? They're also orange, not because they're dirty, but because they have iron growing on the front of their teeth. So this mineral makes their teeth really strong. So of course they can chop down trees, right? So you will see this on nutria. So if you go out here, if you haven't been to the nature center yet, watch around. So on a nutria, they're gonna have this big hole here. I don't know what it's called. They have a beaver and a nutria right next to each other, and you can see the difference. There's like a big hole here. So another kind of cool adaptation for our beavers is their eyes are kind of pointing to the side, but I would describe them more being on top. And this is great for an aquatic animal. So he's swimming around, those eyes are above the water. Rodents also have a lip that is split down the middle. And for beavers, they can actually close that lip behind their front, the incisors, so they can chew underwater without getting water in their mouth. Cool, right? They can also, like this little flap on your ear, they can voluntarily close it without using their fingers. All right, so here's kind of what I want you to get from this. Typically, when you see big incisors like this, probably a rodent. If you don't see big incisors like this, it's not a rodent. There's an exception I'm going to bring up to you guys, and it's lagomorphs, which is rabbits and hares. Lagomorphs are not rodents. This is a cottontail. One thing you'll see on lagomorphs is on the top, behind, I can pass this around, on the top, behind the top incisors, turn it over, and you'll see there are 2 holes there. In the real specimens, they typically fall out really quickly, but there will be another set of teeth growing there. So like little herb scissors, you know, they're multiple blades. All right, canine teeth. So canine teeth are going to be our hook-shaped ones. They're typically 4, 2 top, 2 bottom. They're great for grabbing onto things, hence that kind of hook shape. So great for grabbing prey. Typically, when you see canine teeth, you can probably assume it's a predator. I'm also going to check their eyes are pointing forward. Check, check, predator. But there are exceptions to every rule. There are definitely animals with canine teeth that are not predators. Any guesses what this one is? This one's native to Texas, not going to be here in the Houston area. Javelina. So our javelina and hogs, although they're not technically the same, javelinas are peccaries, but they are very similar. They will use these canine teeth for rooting around. They also typically will grow a little bit longer on the males than the females, and they use them for communication. It sounds like nails on a chalkboard. They'll rub them together. Really awful sound. But I know that this animal would be more of a prey animal. They pretty much only eat plants because those eyes are definitely pointing to the side. All right. They're mean. They can be mean. Hippos can be mean. They eat plants. Yes. Elephants have tusks, right? Those are canine teeth. My horse has canine teeth. They're males. The males will typically have canine teeth, and they will grow longer in wild horses than the domestic horses. And it's typically only going to be in the males, not the females. So again, one of those kind of dimorphic characteristics. All right. So what do you call an animal that only eats meat? What do you call an animal that only eats plants? What do you call an animal like us that eats both meat and plants? What do you call an animal that only eats insects? Insectivore. Insectivores might be a little bit different. Sometimes insectivores like bats are going to have really sharp teeth for crunching down on those insects. So they may look like a carnivore. They may have very sharp teeth. Armadillos are insectivores. Their teeth are like little tiny nubs. They look like my knuckles like this. I have one. I'm not sure if he has teeth anymore. I'll show you guys. Anteaters, one of the closest relatives to armadillos, they don't have any teeth. So it just kind of depends on the animal. What do you call an animal that only eats fruit? Frugivore. What do you call an animal? Let's see. I'm thinking of bats here. What do you call a fish-eating bat? Piscivore. Piscivore. What do you call, let's see. There are some bats that are sanguivores. What might they eat? Blood, yeah, sangre. So vampire bats. Quick note about vampire bats. We don't have them here, but they are native to Central and South America. They have so they don't turn things into vampires, obviously. They also don't suck blood. They don't have fangs like we saw on our snakes. They have teeth, and they bite their prey, and then they lick like a teaspoon or 2 of blood. That's it. They don't even kill them unless they have some sort of weird disease. But they also have an enzyme in their saliva. Now I clean this up. It's called draculin, and it keeps the blood flowing. It keeps it from coagulating. And we have synthesized draculin and use it in medicines to help people with heart conditions and blood diseases. So pretty cool. All right. With that, there's one more really important characteristic. You're going to send me a picture of a skull and ask me what it is. I need to know where it is. I need different angles of it so I can see all of these aspects of it. And I need to know how big it is. And this sounds obvious. You'd think it would be. But if you send me a picture of a skull on a table with no sense of size, it could be a few things sometimes, right? Depends on what it is. Like, for example, this big one, my dad doesn't know this rule. So he sent me a picture of this skull on a table with no sense of size. And I was like, well, it could be this, but it could also be like 3 other things. Sometimes people put like a quarter or a penny in there. Everybody knows what size a quarter or penny is. Sometimes you might use a ruler. That's fine too. I don't always have a penny. I don't have a penny or a ruler on me right now. So if I wanted to send a picture to somebody and ask what it is, I use my hand. Everyone's hands are a little bit different, but like unless you're LeBron James, it's probably going to be about the same size. Like it's pretty familiar. If you hold the skull in your hand, here's kind of like a general rule for like most wild animals we can find around here. If the skull is bigger than your hand, maybe a coyote, it's probably about the size, like this guy's probably about the size of a large dog, okay, like a German Shepherd. If the skull is bigger than the palm of your hand, but not bigger than your fingers, this is probably about the size of your house cat or maybe like a corgi. And if the skull is smaller than the palm of your hand, this one is probably about the size of a squirrel. They can be a lot smaller, especially if you're digging through owl pellets or something like that. It might be a lot smaller, which would put me into kind of probably rodent territory. All right, unless it was like a beaver, of course. Any questions? Yes.
You said that deer grow out their antlers again. What do they eat to get so much calcium to be able to do that?
Just plants. Yeah, like broccoli has calcium in it, right?
I think when they get old, osteoporosis is a thing.
They typically don't grow old enough to get that, I'm sure. Yeah.
They also eat the fresh stems from the ends of tree branches, which has the most nutrient.
There you go. There you go.
What are you saying?
They eat the fresh ends of tree branches and brush branches, which has the most nutrient value during the whole lifespan of the leaf or the branch.
Yeah. Have you ever had like lettuce that tastes bitter? Yes. Because it's older. So they wouldn't want to eat that, right? The deer antlers are the fastest growing tissue of any land mammal on Earth.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Pretty weird, right? And it grows with like the velvet, which is just like a series of blood vessels that kind of help it. And then once that is finished growing, I think of it kind of like, this is gonna sound gross, but if you ever have a scab that gets itchy, that's your body saying it's done, it needs to go because the new skin is ready. So they kind of scratch it off. Imagine it's probably like that. Yeah. What?
You're dead.
Yeah, you're done. Get it. Okay, any other questions or comments? Cool. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to pass the skulls around. I'm gonna give you some time to think about what it might be. These are real skulls. Please handle them carefully. And then I also have some of the furs. If you want to take a closer look at some of these animals, you can start like this one here. Y'all just pass that back. Okay. And then once it gets back, we'll kind of rotate them around. So you can figure out what kind of animal it is. We already looked at the bobcat. Y'all can look at that later. When you have a guess, let me know. Work through it. Yeah. How old do they have to be? Okay, so when did she turn 9? December 1st. Yeah, that's fine.
So she can start.
Yeah, this year. If she'll be 9 this year.
Oh,
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have a card or something for contact info?
Yes. Yes.
I work with park programs for Precinct 3 in Harris County.
Where do you where?
Across
That
the
shop's
street, Caps.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for stuff. With Crystal there. Don't keep that. I need that. Where's my? Yeah, what's up? So here's some fur of some common animals. Let me just kind of slip these up. You want to take a closer look? Here's going to be a fox as well. Here's a bobcat. For funsies.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't tell y'all what this one was though. Does anybody know what this one is? Say it again. Here, let's walk through it. So we have kind of like a medium-sized nose. Pretty medium-sized eyes, like they're pretty proportional to the size of the head, maybe even kind of small. So it's probably something that's diurnal. This one has canine teeth. It does have eyes pointing forward, so we connect that's a predator. But it does have the molars with a little dip in the middle. So it is an omnivore. It is a bear. It is a black bear. Yeah. So my dad found this in Massachusetts on his friend's property. And as soon as he put his hand in the picture, it was like, obviously it's a bear. But until then, I was like, well, it could be this one. This one looks very similar, which half this was accurate too.
Writing presentations, how big of a do you need to do?
Typically, our technical minimum is like 40. Yes.
So not
two. Okay, did anybody have, let's see, if you want to pass the skulls, I think they're in the backs, you know, switch them, let everyone else see them, and then we'll figure out what they are. It is 12:43, by the way. I've been hopefully not talking too fast. I apologize for having to speed through this. But I have to go. I get it. It's very fine. Thank you. Watching it later. It's so cute, right?
Yeah, I found an armadillo, like a shell. I don't know what you call their armature.
Armor cycle.
Armor, yeah, but I couldn't find the rest of the skeleton. I only found like maybe a leg bone. Couldn't find the head or anything.
So here's the kind of pellet.
What's the what's the reality behind the leprosy risk?
That's a good question. I bet you're not the only one with that question, so I'd like to address that. So if you guys would listen real quick, y'all are passing stuff around, that's fine. So I have a question up here about armadillos and leprosy. So first of all, leprosy, I think it's also known as Hansen's disease, is 100% treatable with antibiotics. And we gave armadillos leprosy. We are responsible for that. So don't blame the armadillos. It's not commonly found in armadillos, but they can carry it. The only way you're really going to get it is if you have contact with their body fluids or like you eat them. So don't eat armadillos. That's pretty much it. So maybe you want to see, here's an armadillo tail. Oh, that's neat. Okay, so let's see, we got, I know what that is. Anybody want to tell me, let's see, did everybody see, let me go grab one. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. It is a lot heavier than I would have thought.
Have you guys ever seen
Okay, did everybody see this one? Did everybody see this one? Okay, so what kind of animal do you think this one is? Yes, it's a fox. Good instinct. So a lot of times your first instinct is good or close. So it has kind of that canine shape, right? Long nose. They are omnivores. Sorry, I'm forgetting you guys. So here's our fox. Yeah.
It's watching this right now.
There you are. Okay, so here's our fox. We have a couple different kinds of foxes in this area. We have red foxes and gray foxes. Gray foxes are technically our more native fox, so red fox is introduced or migrated in with people. Do you know if this one is a red fox or a gray fox? You got a 50-50 shot. You got a 50-50 shot. Take a guess. It's okay to be wrong because I can tell you what it is. Okay. It's a red fox, and I'm going to tell you how I know this. And it's okay if you don't remember this for later, but I'm totally into taxonomy. I think it's super cool, the science of naming things, and the reason why we name things certain ways. Well, this is not the reason why we name this a certain way, but it helps me remember it. The red fox, its scientific name is vulpes, and their sagittal crest, which is kind of this line down the center here, it's in a V shape. The gray fox, their scientific name is Eurocyan argenteus or whatever, but it starts with a U. And their sagittal crest is very U-shaped. If you go onto the nature center, they have a red fox and a gray fox, and you can see the difference. I just have the red fox, but you can see the gray fox in that U shape. Foxes are typically more on the nocturnal side versus coyotes, which are naturally more diurnal. So coyotes' eyes are typically a little bit smaller in proportion with the size of the skull versus foxes. And they are, of course, going to be a little bit larger, but you may find a young coyote that looks very similar. But there's one way I would tell the difference. And their sagittal crest typically doesn't go as far back as the fox. You see that? Okay. Yeah. In urban areas, coyotes have adapted to be more nocturnal just to avoid people, but naturally they are more diurnal. All right, which other ones we passed around? Where's the other skulls here? Okay, so this one is the armadillo. These are those insectivore teeth that I was telling you all about. Baby. They look like little baby teeth. Yes, they're little nubby teeth, and they don't have any in the front. I kind of skipped this, but with ruminant animals, you also won't see incisors on the top of their mouth. So deer, cattle, goats, sheep, camels, giraffes, they don't have incisors on the top. They do on the bottom. Horses are not ruminants. They have both top and bottom. Typically, ruminant animals grab things with their tongue, whereas like horses grab things, equines grab things with their teeth. Okay, what about any guesses on this one?
A house cat?
It's not a cat. Cats would be carnivores. If you look closer here, we would see that these animals, this one has these kind of molars with a little dip in the middle. They have kind of smaller eyes, smaller nose. It's not a squirrel, and I know it's not a rodent because
That's right.
it doesn't have those big incisors. It's not a lagomorph either, so it's not a rabbit. It's not an opossum. It's not a raccoon. Okay, let me give you guys another hint here. It's not something we talked about, but this animal, with their hearing, they have a lot of animals are going to have what's called an auditory bullae. I'm going to show you on the bobcat here. They're these kind of bulbs right here, and they'll actually house some of their inner ear organs. The bigger these are, the better their hearing is. And the bigger their auditory bullae are, or the bigger their ears are, the bigger their auditory bullae will likely be. Let's kind of go together. So when I see this, like bobcats have pretty good hearing. They have pretty large auditory bullae. This animal has very small auditory bullae, very tiny little teddy bear ears. If an animal doesn't have the best sense of sight, smell, or hearing, it has to have some other adaptation to help it. No, moles and voles are like rodents. They have those big incisors.
Skunk.
It's a skunk. Thank you. Skunks are omnivores. They eat lots of things like insects, like cockroaches. They eat mice. They eat snakes. But a lot of the stuff that they're going to be eating is underground. They have those great big claws that we looked at earlier to help them dig underground. Their eyesight is better at night than during the day because they're nocturnal. but they still don't have super big eyes or super big nose. They have a decent sense of smell, but it's just not like a coyote. If that makes sense. And that's because, of course, our skunks protect themselves with that spray, right? So they don't have to, and with the colors on their fur. So they don't have the camouflage colors. They have colors that stand out, right? They have the black and white warning colors. Okay, what about, yeah, our two more here. We grab this one. Did everybody see this one? Okay, y'all keep passing that one up. I'll get it here in a second. Let's look at this one here. This one has a really long nose, great sense of smell. They have canine teeth. They do have eyes pointing more to the front. They do have molars with a little dip in the middle. This one is an opossum. Okay, I have a bone to pick, literally. But I just came up with it. So it is opossum. If Kelly's going to be picky about the anole thing, I'll get to be picky about opossums. It comes from a word that the Native Americans used, was pronounced opossum or opossum. And the word possum came from opossum. We call animals, the marsupials in Australia, possums. These are opossums. They're different. The Australia ones are a little bit cuter and fluffier. They kind of look more like a lemur, yes. So these ones, though, I mean, like, baby opossums are super cute. They can be really cute. But there are some really great things about opossums. I know I'm like preaching the choir here, because we all love opossums, right? Yes. They're not the cutest animals. Some of you guys are like, no. They like to eat cockroaches and ticks and mice, and they can eat venomous snakes. And they are in some ways immune to a lot of the venomous snakes that we have. Up to a certain point, they can be bit like 300 times by a copperhead or something. They do faint. So when we think about opossums playing dead, it's not like when you teach your dog how to play dead. They faint, they pass out. And they can do that for up to 3 hours. So if you think an opossum is dead because it was just lying there for a long time and it was really smelly, it may not be dead. Like, before you put it in the trash can, just wait a little bit, leave it alone. They can slow their heart rate down. They become really smelly. This is a really great ruse for things like coyotes or bobcats that want to chase their prey or are not going to eat something that's already rotten and gross. But it doesn't work on cars. So which is why they get hit by a lot by cars. Yes.
I'm just curious because my husband and I found an opossum looked dead, but it had babies in the pouch, and it was just laying there, and it did look dead.
Yes.
And so we took the babies to the Texas Wildlife Center.
Yes. Yes.
Because we didn't know if it was dead or not. It looked dead.
Yeah, that's safe to. It can be safe to do. Okay. Yeah, if there's like visible blood, then take them off the mom.
We didn't see blood, but but the babies were still in the pouch, and we just thought, oh my gosh, these babies.
Yeah.
Gotta save them. So we.
Yeah. I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Are they scavengers at all?
They can be. Yeah, they can be. I don't think it's the biggest part of their diet. They do eat a lot of plants too. So they're kind of all over the place. In captivity, we give them like yogurt and cooked turkey and eggs and peas and carrots and things like that. They have the healthiest diet of anyone. But they don't live very long. Like in the wild, an old opossum is like 2 years.
Oh.
Yes.
What's their core temperature like? And is that tied to rabies?
Thank you. So their body temperature is a little bit lower than most mammals, which means that the rabies virus, if they do contract it, it's not going to survive very long in their body. It's very rare for them to catch rabies or transmit it to somebody else. The rabies vectors we have here are like foxes, skunks, and raccoons. Thank you. There's not been a case of a raccoon having rabies in Montgomery County for over 25 years or so. So it is not likely. If you see an animal out during the day, it doesn't necessarily have rabies. Mama opossum might be needing to feed herself and 6 little kits that she has to take care of, these wily little beings that need more food. So she may be out hunting more often during the day too. Or just different times of year. In the winter, food is harder to come by. So they may have to hunt for longer times throughout the day. Yes. But that being said, opossums are immune to Lyme disease. They're fairly immune to rabies. It's very rare. They can carry something called EPM, which if you have horses, this is a very serious disease. It is not spread from the opossum itself, but from a parasite that they pick up from dead carcasses and feces of things like cats that can also carry it. And so in general, pick up the dead stuff or like move it to a compost pile or something, pick up your animal poop. That will prevent that kind of parasite from being able to spread. Yeah. Anything else? I love opossums. They're the only marsupials native here to North America. I can always distinguish an opossum skull, even if I have just a quarter of the skull, even if it's broken in half and all I have was one part of the jaw. Opossums have 50 teeth and when they're full adults, more than any other land mammal in North America. So if you count one side, it's like there should be 2 more on the bottom than the top. So it should be 26 on the bottom here, 24 on the top, 50 teeth. Very recognizable. Their teeth are also a little bit smaller, great for crunching through those insects. Lots of their diets is insects. Great little animals. Okay, so that last skull, you don't stop me from talking about opossums. I'll just keep talking about opossums. The last skull up here, anyone know what this one is? Guesses. Raccoon? Yes, it is a raccoon. Raccoons, this one, the raccoon and the opossum, is the most common skulls that people will send me pictures of or bring to me because they're very common urban animals. This one has less distinct characteristics. So if you find a skull like this, where you're like, these eyes are pretty medium. It's a pretty medium-sized skull. These auditory bullae, kind of medium. It has kind of like a medium-sized nose. All very average stuff. It's an opossum. I'm sorry, it's a raccoon. When you see a little bit longer nose, gosh, I should have brought pictures of like, I think I have some pictures of like dog skulls. So like sometimes people find like pet dogs, and they might look a little bit like the raccoon, except their lower jaw is a little bit in front, or their eyes are like a little weirdly large or something like that. Like we have really messed up dogs. Cat skulls all look pretty much the same, whether it's a mountain lion, a bobcat, your house cat, a jaguar, a leopard, or whatever, what am I thinking, ocelot, they all look the same. They're just various sizes. Big eyes, flat nose, and that's just because we didn't domesticate cats. They decided to come to us. They made the decision. So they retained a lot more, and they've been domesticated much more recently than dogs. So they've retained a lot of their kind of wild features versus dogs. Any other thoughts and questions?
What's the last one, that one that looks?
This one?
No, it's still circulating, it's over here.
This one.
It's got ridges on top of it.
That's not a skull. That is the that's like the pubic bone, the pelvis of the armadillo.
Of armadillo, okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It was given to me by the people at Lake Houston. She gave them to me in little plastic baggies, and I was like, I'm so excited to use these. They're so smelly. No kids want to touch them. So, thank you for appreciating them like I do.
Is there any way to get rid of the smell?
I'm sure I could probably boil it. I just haven't yet. With these, a lot of times these come from like taxidermists and hunters, and they put like a shellac coating on it, or some sort of protective coating. And after they like boil it or like put it in an ant pile or something and get all the gross stuff off, the tendons and whatnot, and then they can give them to us. So these are like professionally cleaned, and this is like something that you'll find outside. Yeah. Anything else? Love it. Yeah, I'll be here for a little bit. If you guys have any other questions or want to talk more. Yay.
Thank you so much, Adrian, and thanks for agreeing to go over. I can't read as hard as that. I thought Adrian was supposed to start it at 11:30. So thank you for staying. Thank y'all for staying. And so 5 hours for today, not 4.5. Okay, wow. 5 hours today. Okay.
If anyone's interested in a dog skull, I have a have one.
I'm gonna hit a sometime after the summer. What would be the best? And we're doing animal.
Are you part of a coalition?